Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of the Heresy Hangout. I am your heretical, chaos-loving host, Jason, and with me again is my corpse-worshipping, loyalist co-host, RJ.
Hey, the Emperor protects.
Yeah, and we're excited here to bring you the next installation into the Horus Heresy. In this episode, we'll be covering Book 8, which is titled Battle for the Abyss. It's the first clash between mortal enemies, the Ultramarines and the Word Bearers. But before we dive in, let's just take care of this business. Follow us on all those things: YouTube, Instagram. Check us out on any podcast app that you like. I think we're on all of them. And we are also on Gmail. Everything's a Horus Heresy, all one word. Or no, sorry, the Heresy Hangout, not the Horus Heresy.
We are
the Heresy Hangout. Yeah, the Heresy Hangout is all our names. HeresyHangout@gmail.com if you want to leave some hate mail. Okay, so all right, so let's go in. We'll do our normal book intro. This book was published in August of 2008. 411 pages, which is straight on par for the series. I kind of feel like they have like a template maybe that they're going by. It was written by our good friend Ben Counter, not a personal friend, but I like the guy's writing, so I call him
Love
that.
his work. Love his work.
Yeah. He also wrote The Mighty Galaxy in Flames. I think it's one of the, I think it's like my highest or second highest. I think I said Legion was 9, but Galaxy in Flames was 8. And if you can't remember, that was the whole battle in Istvan 3, was it 3 or 5, whichever one was the not the Drop Site Massacre, the other one, you know what I mean, the OG.
There's
OG
a few Istavans out there, so
yeah. He also wrote the Soul Drinker series, which is like a I never read it, but I heard there's a cool like chapter in the 40K universe, so that's kind of popular. And he's written the Grey Knights omnibus, who is Grey Knights are pretty popular in the lore and the fans love them. Okay, so let's do our normal. We'll add this to the stage. Here is our cover, and we'll kind of go through it. What do you think about it?
Well, I think it sets the tone for what we're trying to do through this story. I think that it's probably one of my least favorite covers. I've been really into like photography lately and setting the scene and like what you would want to put in a picture, and I get it because it's for a book, so half of it's going to be covered in the back. So I feel like this is the first one where like, this is a book cover picture.
Yeah,
so,
I thought that too. I was like, well, at least because like, yeah, I get you're saying like golden ratio and proportions. It's like weird because all that stuff is happening on one side, but it is like the first Mr. Neil Roberts made this. He makes them all pretty much. I feel like they finally told him, hey, Neil, remember, this is going to be on a book that we're going to fold into thirds, And he was like, oh, okay. So he finally put all the action where you would see on the book. But then when you look at it in full view, it is kind of weird because, yeah, there's like no really like symmetry or like balance to the picture. Because over on the left side, it's like nothing's it's just like a blank space. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like previously we had these like mosaic, beautiful, like Renaissance, like Sistine Chapel looking like spreads almost. Like it was just so like encompassing of the whole picture. Can't hate on the cover because what you see is actually pretty.
Well, and
you see through like.
Oh, you go. Sorry.
I would say you the quarter of the picture that has the action. It's packed. I mean,
yeah.
There's bullets flying. There's swords drawn. You got at least 2 different types of of Marines over there. So it kind of captures the eye as a cover.
Yeah.
So
and then and I applaud it because it is like relevant to what we're going to talk about. It's like looks like they're on a ship, and we got various legions because that's what happens here. So. Yeah, and it's well done. I don't like this guy's face, the Ultramarines. He's like too fancy pants looking.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like I think of my Ultramarines as like bald or like cropped hair because they don't care about that stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's it interferes with their little plugs in their head and everything. He's got like a nice coiffed of blonde hair and everything.
I know it's a little too flowy. It's almost like a wolf, like a lunar or the Grey Wolf.
Space Wolf. Yeah, maybe. Wolves, but he's definitely Ultramarines. But all right, well, that's done. Okay, so before we start, I wanted to go through a couple of things because in this book they talk about a couple of events that they don't really go in detail, and they go into detail about these events later books. But I feel like you mentioned, you had to Google this thing I'm about to talk about, and I feel like if they would have just did a little maybe segue or like a little flashback or something. But the first thing is the Council of Nicaea. So they talk about the Edict of Nicaea and the Council of Nicaea throughout this book, and so the Council of Nicaea was a big like convocation called by the Emperor on this planet. And then the whole point was they're going to discuss the use of psychic powers in the Imperium. Shit was going weird. This is pre-heresy, all right? But things were happening and stuff like that, and the Emperor didn't really like it. So it took place near the ends of the Crusade, right before the heresy, and it would be one of the last notable gatherings of historical important people before the heresy began. While they turned to the council, most people saw it as a persecution of mainly the Thousand Sons. The Thousand Sons are like the most psychically attuned Legiones Astartes, all right? So now a lot of people refer to it as the trial of Magnus or the trial of the Thousand Sons. So at this little whatever trial meeting, the Emperor decreed the Edict of Nicaea, which pretty much says no more psychic powers in the Legiones Astartes. The only thing you guys are allowed to use are your standards like navigators and astropaths, but he pretty much got rid of the librarians, so there's no like librarius, there's no psychic powers. They were to be redeployed into battle companies back as like normal just duders, you know what I mean? So this was like a big thing that like really hurt Magnus and his legion, not just powerfully, but like, you know, he kind of felt like a betrayal, because guess what? I don't know if you know this, but the Emperor's like the baddest psyker on the whole world, you know what I mean? And then you got Magnus, who's like number 2, and he probably felt like him and his dad had a connection that way. And then he's like, man, dude, like you're taking away all my toys and you're making me look like, you know, I'm the asshole here. So further books will get into that, which is, and it's really cool scenes and all, but like that was just something I thought that if you knew a little bit about it, you would get more of what they, bicker about in this book. All right. Secondly, I want to talk about why do the word bearers hate the Ultramarines so much? So this book is about worlds and all. And, you know, on one hand, yeah, they're bad guys. Okay. They're the bad guys. They're with Horus. But like, I feel a little backstory would give you more meat to chew on and understand it more. So, before the heresy, the Emperor was always like chastising Lorgar, because Lorgar and the word bearers worshiped the Emperor like a god. And that's a big no-no, as we know. But they were like, whatever, dude. Like, look at you. You're a god. We love you, all this stuff. But the final straw was the Emperor brought the word bearers to this planet where they had this big city called Monarchy. It was a big holy city. And he had them all like stand outside the city. Now, they evacuated the city to give the Emperor credit before this happened. But he ordered the Ultramarines to like orbitally bombard the city and had them watch as like, it's like, you know, this like physical action of like, look, I'm telling you, I told you, and now I'm going to smack you upside the head and watch, here's your coolest city. And they destroyed it. So they have this animosity. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate because Ultramarines were just chosen, you know what I mean? Like, but that's where the animosity comes from between the Ultramarines and the word bearers. And then a tactical way, Horus is sending Lorgar and Angron from the World Eaters to attack the Ultramarines because in the lore, they are the largest Space Marine Legion. So he feels like if they probably can't wipe him out, but if they can keep him busy, then they can't make it to Terra as he goes for Terra. You know what I mean? This happens with other couple legions. We'll see books where a couple other of the bigger legions are like diverted through his subterfuge to not be in certain spots, to not mess with his plans. But those two things I thought were just like little insights that would make the book a little more juicy for you when you kind of understand what's going on, you know, little backstory. So, all right. So we're going to do this a little different. RJ had a plan to cover this book a little different because, I mean, without spoiling it, it's not like the most, what we say, it's not the most like lore progressive, or not progressive, lore progressing, we'll say, book. So you take it away. So tell them what we're going to do here.
All right. So we'll get into the meat.
Real quick. Oh, yeah, this is not a knock at Ben Counter. The book is written
absolutely
well.
Absolutely not. So we had a pretty good conversation about this before we started. This book felt like a Marvel spinoff where they introduce a villain that's going to cause the end of the world, and then the gang has to save the world, but there's zero stakes. And that kind of becomes very apparent throughout the book because nothing new is introduced, not a lot of outside forces are referenced. And then we'll talk about the ending near the end of the podcast, but the stakes are almost non-existent. And then the progression to the story of the Horus Heresy, minimal. I can't say it doesn't do anything for in terms of like what is happening in the machinations of the universe and of this galactic war, but it doesn't do a whole lot for one, a new reader, because I'm reading this and I was like, I finished it and I felt nothing. I felt no investment, I think is a good way to put it. So knowing that, and then knowing we have listeners that love to hear our very well-founded opinions, we wanted to just cover the material of this book. I'm going to basically verbatim read the, I can never say it, lexiconum, off of the Black Library, and give you what we feel is what we got out of the story in the actual text. And then I really want to talk to Jason and let you guys hear about how I'm feeling about the Horus Heresy as a whole, in terms of where we're at in the story, and then really talk about our opinions about the storytelling, about Games Workshop and Warhammer as a whole, and then also just kind of what this Heresy is setting the scene for in terms of modern media. What's happening now? There's been a lot of developments in the film, games, and lore world of Warhammer. So, excuse me, it's something I really want to talk about because reason we started this podcast was to talk not just about these books that we love, because I mean we spend hours talking about these books that not a whole lot of people care about, except for you guys, which we love. We want to talk about this world, man. I've been itching to really just talk about what we feel is happening. And I think this is a perfect book to minimize our time about the text, get what we can out of this book, because personally, I didn't get a whole lot. And I'm going to be very transparent about that. Not a knock on Ben. not a knock on Ben. Ben does a great job telling a story. But I think they did not give him a lot of ammunition. And so I want to breeze through that, get what we get out of it, talk about this wonderful story that Ben managed to put on paper for us, and then I really want to talk about the bigger picture, which is what's Horus up to, man? Who are these people? Why do I care about a guy in a dead chair? Yeah. So that being said, that's the plan for this episode. It's gonna be different. I hope if you guys like it or don't like it, I really want to hear your opinions. Again, I am not going to act like I did a master synopsis on this book. This is the second time I've gone through this book, slogged through it. That's the only way I can put it. And I mean that with all due respect. I enjoyed it. It's like I said, eating a white bread sandwich. Didn't get a whole lot out of it. I enjoyed it for just more of the world that I really, really care about and love reading. But yeah, I really want to talk about the bigger picture. And it gets me excited thinking about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, and yeah, to try to like keep it kosher because we're not insulting the writing at all, but I think it was a good book in general. But you said it doesn't really do much for the story. It could have been like maybe a side story, but similar to the Dark Angel story. But the only problem is like you can't really pick this up if you don't know what's going on. You have to know what's going on at least a little bit. Dark Angel story, you could pick it up and be like, wow, that's cool. It's a whole new world and these little knights and all and stuff and kind of get it. But this, we're talking about multiple chapters and or legions and all and stuff like that. But like in the end, when you close that book, it's like the story has not really been advanced. And that's totally fine. But I don't think that maybe it shouldn't be like a iteration. It could be like a side thing. You know what I mean?
I to preface this, and also this is the first book out of all of them we've talked about so far. This is the first one I had to Google. I actually had to do my Google research to figure out why does this matter? Who are these people? What are they talking about? Usually I can kind of get past it and just play the ignorant reader and just like, oh, I'm sure that'll happen at the end. But then you get to the end of the book and you're like, this is not been referenced again. I don't know why we beefing. But yeah, that's the plan. I really want to get into how Jason's feeling about where we're at in the story, because I haven't read too far ahead of this book. I think I'm like two or three books ahead of this book. So I'm really curious about where the hell this heresy goes, man. I'm so excited to talk about that. So I want to get through the story and then talk about how we're feeling with the heretical homies, how they're doing what they're doing, because I'm still so confused about so many things, and it's exciting. So without ado, I think Jason, you ready to get crack-a-lackin'?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right. So, open scene. We're introduced to a commander of the Word Bearers Legion, Zadkiel.
Yeah, I said Zadkiel. Yeah.
Zadkiel. He's giving a speech to his masked followers at the launching of the Furious Abyss, a massive battleship. Yeah.
So that's Mars. They're on Mars. That's Mars.
A massive battleship constructed in the secret by the Mechanicum on the little-known moon Thule, Thule, Thule. Shortly after the Word Bearers embark and the Abyss takes off, Thule is destroyed to keep the ship's construction secret. I like it. So, absolutely, just like a really fun way to kick off a sci-fi series. It's kind of like this is my masterpiece. Like, I can't wait to show the world. And then the guy who buys it's like, oh yeah, they're gonna love it. And then like you kill the guy who made the painting or something. It's a really cool little like start. I like that trope.
Yeah.
And then kickoff.
This does in this scene or these couple chapters, it introduces a character you'll see again. His name is Fabricator General Kelber Hall. So the next book we're reading, he'll be like one of the main focuses, and he's like, you've seen the pictures of the robot guys from Mars. He's like the head. He's like whatever president king of Mars in a sense. So he'll make a reoccurring appearance.
And when I read that, I was like, oh, the Mechanicum is evil. I like that. I was like super interested in that. Hit a couple googs later, and it's way more divisive than I thought. Yes, I was like the Mechanic, and obviously we read a whole book about it later. But again, kind of one of the things about this story is it's like, hey, we created this master, like they made it seem like a Death Star kind of style, and then we kill like the Mechanicum, like people who were involved, but the Mechanicum knows about it, and then they never touch on it again. Moving on. So, again, something that you kind of have to dig a little deeper than what's in the pages in front of you. Not my favorite, but I understand there's a lot of going on. Ben wants to keep the story advancing. All right. Cutting to Ultramarine Captain Hector. I think this is our first real introduction to the Ultramarines, Jason, if I'm not mistaken.
I think, yeah, I don't think they were. Yeah. I don't think they were mentioned in any of the other books. Yeah, maybe like a name or two of like Gilliman, you know what I mean, or Gulliman, whatever. But yeah, I don't think they're not. This is definitely like the first time you see them as characters. You know what I mean?
And as a new reader, I was like, oh, these are the fucking blue guys. These are the dudes everyone loves. Like, I was like, it took me X amount of books to get to this point to finally run into some Ultramarines.
I think you got to. Would you say Hector? I think you're talking about Cestus.
Ultramarine Captain Hector en route to meet Vangelis Spaceport aboard the Fist of Macragge when he runs into the Furious Abyss and is destroyed. So Hector, last moment, he's the guy who sends the warning. So in his last moments, Hector orders that a warning be sent to the spaceport. So kind of gives you this Jaws theme. Something's out there and it's snatching people away, and I love it. Again, Ben, and we're really breezing past this book. If you want to get the meat and potatoes of like it's kind of like a bolter porn, space battle, naval battle-esque. It's good writing. It is, and like he creates a really good feeling of this dread of this massive warship just prowling, and just no one understands the gravity of what's happening. Like I said, almost like a Jaws style storytelling. It's pretty good. I enjoy it. However, we'll keep going. So then we're at Vangelis Spaceport, where an honor guard squad of Ultramarines led by Lasimicus Cestus. I'm going to call him Cestus.
Just Cestus. Yeah, that's all you got to worry
about. Love these names. Receives the astropathic beep, 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 warning sent by the Fist of Macragge as a sequence of ambiguous symbols. Again, everyone's favorite smoke signals, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi messaging system. Astropaths have to decipher this basically like dream sequence.
Mhm.
And I like how they just kind of like they just push through it. You don't got to dig too deep into how or why this works, which I like. I like it. It's fun, sci-fi. And then they're trying to figure out what's this warning. A psychic backlash from the station's astropath threatens to overload the station's reactor, but Cestus and his second in command, Antigus,
Yeah, Antigus. I think that's how I would pronounce it. Antigus.
avert the disaster with the aid of Bringar Sturmdrang, a wolf
So
guard
this
staying
is
on the station.
all right. So this is not Bringard per se, but so he's what's called him and his gang are called Blood Claws, which is like I'm not versed in the Space Wolves, but it's like veterans. You know what I mean? So these guys, they're like Vikings. You know what I mean? The Space Wolves are like pretty much like Vikings. You know, like space Vikings, whatever.
So
and actually, like when you know, when you first meet him, I like that whole scene. Like, so he's on their ship, like, you know, as a guest or whatever. And when Cestus and him are like old buddies, kind of. So when he meets them, like, they have their own little area, and he's in there, and there's like barrels of ale and all this stuff, and they make a note about that because like the enhanced physiology of a Astartes would mean you can't get drunk, but the Space Wolves have made like super booze, so they actually,
super ale.
yeah, so they can really get drunk. So, and it's kind of cool with tropey, but like that's a lot of times how Space Wolves are portrayed. Like a lot of times they're like they let you know that hey, they're drunk. They've been drinking like big giant barrels of ale and all this stuff. So, and they're like rowdy and all, you know.
It sounds like they like gave this guy like his own room, but like the room is literally like a bar.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like wall to wall casks. It's not barrels. It's casks.
Yeah.
Ben, love it, dude. I think Ben Counter does a great job of adding life to these characters, and it is a trope. I mean, I don't have the biggest love for this for my Wolf Boys, but I do think he adds a lot of life to these characters. I think Sturmdrang, he becomes a really interesting character in the story. Not my favorite character, spoiler, but he's he out of all the space wolves that we've had to hear about and what I've seen in like other depictions, he's definitely one of the more interesting. Because he's not just like I'm a Viking, I'm a tough evil Viking guy that hates magic, but I use magic.
Yeah, that's always a funny thing. We'll talk about that later. That's hilarious.
But I appreciate how he's written in this story. But yeah, again, we're gonna be pushing through the story really fast. Jason's gonna add those beautiful color pictured moments that we really want to like touch on. But you got to read the book, guys. Again, everything we talk about, it's gonna be a good breakdown. But do not take everything we say as the whole story. All right, we're gonna really talk about the moments that captured our attention, like seeing a space Viking in an Ultramarine ship station, which is supposed to be like the Boy Scouts, and this guy's getting hammered. He's getting just absolutely toasted, and it's a good little clash. But anyway, they managed to prevent the overloading the reactor. Cestus glimpses Macragge in the flash of the overloading reactor, accompanied by a feeling of dread. So he sees this message, and he just knows one of his boys got bodied. He's terrified, but they don't feel fear, so he's not that scared. But he knows that something is amiss. He gathers all of the Astartes in the station, 20 world eaters,
yeah,
led by Skrull, and a lone thousand son named Motep.
Yeah.
They love their Egyptian lore. Little shout out to some ancient Egyptian mythology. Super fun.
Yeah, so here this is like this is what they look like. So Thousand Sun are still around now. You can look them up, and they look different, totally different, because they wear blue armor and stuff. But this is their aesthetic. Yeah, super. I think this is Zeke Ariman, who's like one of their badasses. This is like you know, the scarabs and the beetles and the curved blades and all. So yeah, they're like straight up Egyptian, you know, Egyptian space marines.
And then we're well versed now with the world eaters, our big angry boys who just love killing. They love killing, love it, good at it. They're not too not too three-dimensional, those guys.
Yeah, they're kind of one-dimensional. They do their thing, and we know what they do. I do like how this book goes a little more like it gives him a little more character. Later on, he'll he'll have some remorse for one of his buddies, not even an Ultramarine getting killed, and then that's like, oh, that's different, because usually those guys don't care about it. Like, I think one book we read, they were like, they just leave their bodies behind. You know what I mean? They don't even care about their own dead. So,
yeah, there's like the I think one of our first introductions to them is they're breaching the wall with Angron, and they just like, it just sounds like they're just wave after wave just advancing over piles of their homies, and like Angron like erupts out of like a pile of like his dead boys and just doesn't even care. Love it. I love it. So we got Skrull, Motep. They're all gathered up in addition to the Honor Guard squad, and Bringar with his 20 blood claws, and convinces them to join him in investigating the Fist of Macragge's destruction. So they don't know what happened. They get this cryptic Wi-Fi message, probably filmed on like a Nokia, because I don't know if you've seen like the retro futurism tech and like video games and stuff, but like the screens are always like matrix green and like pixelated.
Yeah, that's kind of how like this, that's all 40K stuff, definitely. Like everything's like the green old school MS fucking DOS style stuff. But yeah, so they're like, Motep has a ship, I think, but the rest are kind of like hanging out on this space station. You know what I mean? Like, so they're not exactly sure what's going on, but he needs help, so he's going to his fellow cousin legions, you know what I mean, to ask for help, and they kind of all agree. There's a little squabbling because the Space Wolves do not like the Thousand Sons, so like Bringar is kind of like weary of Motep. Motep is he's all about it because he's trying to improve relations, because we mentioned before the Council of Nicaea just happened, and a lot of the other legions are kind of wary of these like psychic witchy, and they're like, hey, I don't know about you guys, but he's like all in, because he's trying to like, he's trying to do PR, trying to improve relations.
Yeah. The legions. And a little spoiler, he's kind of the boy, dude. He's kind of a really good character.
I like Motep a lot, and as we'll see with the things that happen, I feel like the chastising that he gets for things he does later, it's like, bro, if he didn't do all these things, nothing would have got done. You know what I mean? Like, what do you want, dude? Like, do you want to win and survive, or do you not? Because you're scared of magic. You know what I mean?
It's always so funny too, because he does like, we'll talk about it later. But anyway, great character. A good introduction to the Thousand Sons. I'm a big Magnus did nothing wrong guy. I think that the Thousand Sons are an awesome legion, and I think this character Motep really does a good job of kind of pitching and selling and showing what these dudes are about.
Hold on one second. I got someone at my door, I think.
Oh, nice.
Give me a second. We were
Thousand Sons.
That's it. Yeah, Thousand Sons.
Yeah.
Motep. And also, like we mentioned, like this, the Ultramarines, like this is kind of the first time you see Space Wolves, I think, right? I think it's the only. And then I don't think you see. I don't think they mention Space Wolves in any of the books so far. And then Thousand Sons, we've had a couple like little segues to like Magnus talking to one of his boys on the planet of Prospero, but this is the first time you kind of see like a Thousand Sons in action, I'd say. You know what I mean? Like, as we'll see later, how he rolls. So
we get the alluded, not Magnus Wolf in the Dream of Horus.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, Magnus
he's getting turned to the dark side.
Yeah, definitely. But
all right, so let's see where we're at. All right, so the Blood Claws, and then they convince them to join him in investigating the Fist of Macragge's destruction. So they squabble, they come to an agreement. It's an uneasy agreement, even though we're all on the same side, so we think. We all are agreeing to go investigate what the hell's going on out there. He commandeers a small group of vessels from the Saturnine fleet, led by Admiral Kaminska, which consists of her flagship, the Wrathful.
I like this. I like her. She's looking good to go. And the Saturnine squadron or fleet, whatever, is like super old school. Like, they're from Saturn. So they're Saturn. They have, it's like a lineage, generation of generations of like highly skilled, very proud warships that have been like banging with the Emperor since he figured out Saturn was a place. You know what I mean? So, and she's a cool character because like she is not happy because they come on and like, yo, I'm a fucking space marine. I'm taking the ship. And she's like, she knows she has to, you know what I mean? But she doesn't like just roll over. She kind of like, you know, she'll like argue with Cestus and stuff. And anytime a human argues with a space marine, it's like, I like, oh, that gives him more clout. Cause like that would be, I imagine, terrifying. You know what I mean? A 9-foot jacked monster, man, is like, I'm taking your ship. And instead of like peeing your pants and being like, okay, she's like, well, what do you mean? Like she wants detail. She's like, what are we doing here? Like, what's
like,
going on? You know
the
what I mean?
fuck you are, dude. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So yeah, we get introduced to I can't even call her sassy because that's just such a disservice. She's a strong, badass fucking admiral, and like you said, stands up to these dudes as a squad. I'm assuming walking onto her fucking flight deck, and she's like, "Hey, pump the brakes, bro. At least ask. Say please." So they got some ships. They got the Wrathful, 4 escort ships, and the fighter carrier Boundless, which Motep adds his personal vessel, the Waning Moon, and leads them to the site of the Fist of Macragge's destruction. So sets the scene a little bit. We're no longer just one ship at a space station. They split up and look for clues. So they have a little fleet now. That is kind of important to the story because it gives you kind of a Yavin for like when they attack the Death Star. There's a lot of moving parts. So encountering the Furious Abyss, the Loyalist fleet launches an attack on the traitor vessel. The Waning Moon, the Boundless, and 3 of the Wrathful escorts are destroyed in the battle, but the Waning Moon scores a lucky hit on the Furious Abyss. So they find the Furious Abyss.
Yeah, so to put it in scale, because like, you know, Ben does a good job of like, so the ship is not like anything has ever been seen. You know what I mean? Like, we talked about how it was built in secret and all. It was also built in secret mainly. Oh, I have a picture of it actually. Someone put it. There we go. So that's like, it's got a book on it, whatever. But like to give it the scale is like, this is the biggest ship. Like, so all the ships are big. We all know that, you know what I mean? But instead of being like, you know, this ship is a normal ship the size of New York City. This is like 10 New York cities. It's like the biggest, craziest thing. So when they go to the crash or the kill site, they all, it says here, like they go to the bridge and they're like shocked when they see the visual of the most enormous ship they've ever fucking seen in their lives. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, they are like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Before they attack, they, the Waning Moon hails them, you know, like, hey, what's going on? Because right now they're just thinking, you know, oh, maybe they showed up to answer the distress call as well. You know what I mean? So he hails them, and then Zagkiel, the admiral from the Word Bearers, kind of like tries to like jab at Motep, being like, hey man, look, he says Flame and Retribution are coming and you need to be on the right side. And you're trying to like turn him, and he says, hey, Word Bearers, we're fucking friends, you know, we're on Magna's side at the Council of Nicaea. You know what I mean? Like, we are with you. So, you know, he's trying to like pull at him to see if, you know, maybe get him a turn, whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, so pretty much like you said, this fleet attacks, and like this thing can just easily, you know, just let loose on the, you know, the Ben does a good job of describing like the enormous guns and so many guns and so many guns, and you know what I mean? Like, it's just insane. You know what I mean? It's really insane.
And like, again, you got to put it into perspective. So one, these are Space Marines who have seen everything. They've basically seen everything, and they go, "That's a big fucking ship."
Yeah, like, holy shit, man.
That is massive. And then also, like, I love the disbelief and everything, but like, if a ship is the size of like Rhode Island, it's probably not the most efficient in one-on-one combat. I would think, like, but again, there's like, we have guns, we have so many guns, we have the guns on our guns, so like they make it seem like really badass, but it's almost like the scale is so big that I'm like, how practical would this actually be in a space naval battle? Because I'm like,
well, I mean, maneuverability and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like they kind of, I mean, you know, I don't know if Ben is a historian of naval battles, but he does his best. But no, but yeah, you're right, because like the bigger the ship, that means the harder it is to steer, maneuver. So smaller ships could get advantage of it. But I think the idea is like, this thing is just so big and powerful, shields and armor and all and stuff, and you know, and then with this attack, like, so he hails them, they chat, and they're like, nah, you know, he's like, prepare to be boarded. Like, hey, you're talking smack, I don't like it, I'm coming on. And that's when they attack. And you got to think like everyone else watching this is crazy because this is like watching the Drop Site Massacre or something. You know what I mean? Like this is new to them. So they're like Bringar and Cestus are watching from the other ship, and they're just like shook to their core because they're like, holy shit, a fucking Legion ship just fired on another Legion ship. Like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? And you go through these waves of disbelief, like we see in other books, where they're like, oh my god, like, you know, was it a mistake? There's no, like, because they in there. It's easiest for us to be like, yeah, like fucking people fight each other all the time, but in their world, it's impossible. It's an impossible thing that they would fight each other. So to see it, it's like, you know, it shatters everything you know about reality, you know?
And we get a little, like you just said, we get a little jaded to the whole brother on brother violence.
Yeah.
We're books into this series, and we have to remind ourselves, like, in this point in time, they don't know about the heresy. There's no heretics. The fact that that's even a thing is so foreign to them. So, yeah, the element of surprise is a big deal in combat. And so, like, the heretics, they really dropped the bag. But they have such a huge element of surprise on these guys. Like, they don't even know they're at war. And so that's I think, a good point to bring into this combat, which I'll bring up at the end because I think it all ends up being so silly. Okay, so we're back. We're fighting. Things are not going well for the Loyalists. The Waning Moon and the Boundless and 3 of the Wrathful's escorts are destroyed in the battle, but the Waning Moon scores a lucky hit on the Furious Abyss that damages its coolant system. All right, guys. Like, it's the biggest, baddest ship in the history of whatever. The second fight it ever gets into, their AC breaks. Like, come on now. Motep escapes his ship's destruction in an escape pod, and flights of fighters launched from the Boundless are destroyed by Psychers. So this is really cool.
Yeah.
Break this one down, Jason. This is sweet.
Yeah. So like, just like, you know, naval battles, you know, the Boundless is kind of like an aircraft carrier in a sense. You know what I mean? So they're launching fighters to go attack. And while there's fighters coming, assault boats, which are like people who would board you, Zadkiel and his crew are just really calm. They say he's like, you're sitting on the bridge, no big deal. He's like waiting for him. And then they go into detail about it in the book a little more, but just overall, it's like they use like these juiced up psychic people that they have entombed in their ship. They can activate them, and then it makes and the fighters are bigger than we think. So it's not just one person. It's not like Top Gun, Mav, and Goose. It's like a crew. So they use these psychic powers to like literally make the crew members like go berserk and like sabotage their own ships. So what they're watching as like ships are like, you know, they're getting reports like, hey, you know, fighter, you know, Tango 2, so I can smash into each other or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, it's sabotage, obviously. You know what I mean? But like they have no idea like what's going on. They're like, you know, what the fuck, man? Like, so all their fighters are useless because they use this like psychic attack to turn some of them in a sense, like, you know, like turn them to the side of chaos, you know, and then they just go berserk, like, you know, suicide bombers, and like start jabbing the machinery or stabbing the pilot.
I love it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're like, he pulled the e-brake. Like, what do I do?
Yeah. You know what I mean? So
again, it's that's so like fun. Like, I think this story has a lot of those moments because it's like these really colorful characters. There's really big bad moments, and like that's so crazy. Like, I would have never thought of like the anti-personnel or the anti-air like support is just I'm gonna make them want to kill themselves, and that's like, that's so grim dark, like so Warhammer-esque. Like, it's so cool.
And then this adds another layer of like disbelief and, you know, world shattering to the Loyalists, because they get reports that like, hey, the attack failed, and it seems like some kind of a psychic attack led to the crew turning each other. So that's like another level. Like, wait, we just had this whole fucking council where no one's using psychic powers. You know what I mean? So like they're like just getting blasted by betrayal on every angle. You know what I mean? They're like, what the hell is going on?
I picture like the Ultramarines like, hey, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
We said we couldn't do that. So it's so fun. Like, again, the element of surprise is huge, right? They didn't even know that they had like psychic abilities. They thought that was off limit. They thought that was against the Geneva Convention against Magnus. but no, they're getting their asses kicked, and it's a cool scene. It's just a lot of action. It's amazing.
Yeah, and then I thought a cool part, like the end of the scene, is like they keep attacking, and the Furious Abyss is kind of like just taking it because it knows it can in a sense. And then at the end, it like positions itself, and on the front, like it has in this picture here, is the book, which is like their symbol, the good word. The book, like it's like so comical. The book opens up, and like the biggest Warner Brothers cartoon cannon like sticks out, and it blasts the waning moon. It like hits it and like just knocks off a third of the ship. Like boom, just takes it right off.
It's so cool, so fucking funny. Like literally, like I couldn't even like picture it. Like they talk about it, but how do you like open a book?
Yeah.
In space? It's like instead of like a sliding door, which would make sense or something, it's literally like a book opening. Shout out to the Mechanicum. They really know what they're doing over there. All right.
Yeah, and they mentioned that. So like they see it happen. They're like, what is that? And then Cestus, he's like, he said it's called a plasma lance, and it's something that like has been in development, but no one's ever used it before. So now he's also, I think he mentioned earlier in the book, he's also like putting parts together. Like, man, if these guys are turned and they got that ship, that means that some of the Mechanicum must have turned, because who the hell's going to build that ship? You know what I mean? These guys can't build ships like that, So, like I say, it just goes into layers and layers of betrayal.
So this was pretty heavy. I like this. They get absolutely pieced up. They get absolutely just torn apart. So the Furious Abyss pretty much thinks it's over. Clapped him. Starts to enter warp, and then the remaining loyalists give chase. The Wrathful and the Fireblade. That's ballsy. That's like you're punching up your weight. You're getting your ass kicked, and they said, "No, we got this. we get this."
And with that, so the waning moon is destroyed, but like classic fashion of plot armor Motep does, it says he, contrary to classic, naval traditions, he does not go down with the ship, and he makes his way out and like gets on with his buddies.
He's like, "Oh, I'll go down with the ship on the next one." Like I really want to see this one through.
And they describe it as like he sees he reads his destiny. Like his destiny's like, I'm not supposed to die here. It's like, well, yeah, why would anyone not want to die? You know what I mean? Like, of course you don't want to
die. my God says I need to get on the last escape pod. Trust me. All right, we're passing through the warp. The Fireblade is taken over by daemons, which cross onto the Wrathful when it docks to make repairs. So they got pieced up pretty bad. They're Gellerfield, is that right?
Yeah,
they
so I think
a little dinged up.
Yeah, so they're in the warp, and it's one of the other ships is like asking for repairs.
Mm-hmm.
So they like, they're like, okay, well, come on board, and it's like a trick, you know what I mean? Because like they dock as they're traveling through the warp, and that lets the fucking the goblins and gremlins in.
The Jabberwockies start attacking. So we're in the warp, and we're back to playing Ghostbusters. Loyalist Astartes spearhead the defense of the Wrathful, but Mohep breaks the Edict of Nicaea. There it is. All right, I'm a new reader. I don't know what the hell that means. I get it. I could put two and two together, but like, is this like a hey, we're not going to do this anymore, or is it like in the Warhammer world, you do this, we're going to put you down like a dog? Like
yeah, I mean, so it was decreed by the boss man, and when I was looking last night to talk about it, they do actually during at the end of the Council of Nicaea, the emperor does like say some like serious shit like woe betide he who ignores my warning or breaks faith with me. He shall be my enemy, and I will visit such destruction upon him and all his followers that until the end of all things he shall rue the day he turned from my light. So I'd say it's pretty real, you know what I mean?
Pretty serious.
Pretty serious. So.
But Motep he knows the good word. He saw how, what he needs to do because God told him he can't die yet. He casts Busroda and drives out the possessed Fireblade away and is confined. So they arrest him.
Yeah, so the Fireblade, they're getting, like, before it happened, they get over on the warp. The captain of the Fireblade is like tripping out, and he's seeing like visions of his home and all this stuff, and that's how the warp works. It'll play with your mind and all. So they dock, and when they dock, these like possessed monsters come off, and they're fighting them. The scene is like, Bringar's there, his boys, and Skrull's there, and they're hacking them and slashing them, but they can't they can't stop it. So Motep like comes in, and there's always like a central point of the evil. It's like a big swirling ball of massive teeth and eyes and all. And he does, he's got a staff to turn into a spear, and he does his little voodoo magic stuff, and yeah, he takes it out. You know what I mean? But everyone sees this. You know what I mean? All the other guys see this, and it's like, oh shit. You know what I mean? So Bringar like wants them because they don't like each other. They're space wolves and stuff. So Bringar's like, he's a witch. We got to kill him. But Cestius, being like the law-abiding citizen it is, he's like, no. He's like, he'll stand trial. You know what I mean? Like, when we get shit calmed out, he's gonna stand trial. So they kind of lock him away. You know what I mean? They're like, all right,
Such a good intro to the Space Wolves. He's like, no, we gotta fucking kill that guy. That is not of the Emperor. That is not of the Emperor. That needs to not happen. And then the Ultramarine guy's like, all right, dude, like, pump the brakes. We're floating through space, and we got embodied by like the Death Star. We can handle this.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think actually it happened behind closed. Yeah. Cause they all like escape and happened behind closed doors. So like, they know he did it. He did something to get rid of the monsters, and he survived. And they're like, how'd that happen? And Bringar's like, I know, it's fucking sorcery. You know what I mean? But like, because there's no clear evidence, Seth's just like, no, we're going to do this like civilized gentlemen. You know what I mean? We're going to take him, seclude him, and then we'll deal with it, like you said, when we have some time to fucking think about it.
All right. So they're trying to cool their jets. They have a little internal turmoil after losing their whole fleet, which is, typical. The Furious Abyss docks at Bacca Triumviron to repair its coolant system, and this is where Cestus plans an assault on the ship whilst it is docked. Antigus demands to take Cestus's place, leading the assault, as Cestus himself is too valuable to risk, and Cestus reluctantly agrees. So
this is not planned. Like, because they damaged them, they the Furious Abyss has to like stop off. So they're making their way towards the 500 worlds, which is like the area of the Ultramarines. So they gotta the plan though is to head there as soon as possible, because they're going to be linking up with their like super boss man, Supreme Commander Cor Ferron, who's like an old school word bearer guy. So they call him up, and he's pissed off because you're kind of messing the plan up, but they got to stop for repairs. So yeah, they're going to stop at this station, and this is a good time that Cestus thinks that they can launch an attack and not like ship the ship. They're going to sneak in through like assault torpedoes and boats and board the station to try to assault the station to get to the ship to stop the ship. Yeah.
So I remember this was I really liked how Ben laid out how they were going to do this. It almost was like a D-Day style assault, and it was pretty cool because like you kind of get used to this idea of like they're either going to board or they're going to just like space battle. That's kind of been like the way things have been done, but now the way they talk about it now is they're boarding on like the surface of the station, and so it's like they're on foot in space.
Yeah, so the station is like gigantic space station, and it either has like either some kind of gravity field, whatever. But yeah, so you can board it. So this thing's docked, and this station is like an Imperial station. So these station people just think, oh look, like a word bearer ship. So the plan is for them to like get onto the station, but covertly. You know what I mean? Like they need to like, they got bombs, so they need to get close and sneak into the ship as quietly as possible, so they can disable the ship, because they know they can't destroy it with their ship. Obviously, they tried that, so they tried this plan. So yeah, very action movies thing. Like World Eater is one group, Bringar and his fucking wolf guys, and then Antigus and I think a couple other World Eaters are like they kind of like split and go to different things. And Cestus is back at the command center watching all the blips on the screen.
Yeah, Cestus is playing fucking Total War over there.
Yeah, and it goes smooth for a while. They're under detection, all this stuff, until the World Eaters can't help themselves, and instead of like sneaking around, they're just like killing the crew. Like they're killing like John the mechanic. You know what I mean? Like they're walking around like sweeping the floor, and these guys just can't help themselves, so they're just like killing. and that alerts the word bearers, and I think what's his name? Ultis. Ultis is like an up and comer dude of the word bearers. So Zadkiel's like, hey, we're staying on the ship. You get off and go talk to the fucking dockmaster and keep it under wraps. You know what I mean? Like all this stuff. And he sees that, he sees a warning or, an alarm goes off that people are being slaughtered. And it kind of ruins, or at least, it messes up the plan, because now they're like, oh shit, we're seeing, you know what I mean? Like, you're out. It's like the Metal Gear where the thing, the exclamation point above their heads, and they're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like now they're all like, what's going on,
Yeah, they got 4 stars in GTA.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
yeah, all right. So they get ambushed. Ultis kind of ruins the surprise for everybody. They're ambushed at the docks, so they're not even at the ship yet.
Mm-hmm.
And the Loyalist assault team divides into 2 groups. Bringar and his Blood Claws fighting off the ambushers, while Antiques, Skrull, and the World Eaters fight their way towards the ship. Always a good idea. Split the party. Nothing bad ever happens when you split up.
Yeah.
Bringar mortally wounds Balanos, which is the underling of Ultis, in single combat. And his Blood Claws beat the ambush and capture Ultis. But the assault fails, and only Antiques, Skrull, and the 3 other World Eaters make it aboard the Furious Abyss.
Yeah, so
kind of makes them sound pretty badass.
Yeah, well, so it's like like they mention lots of menials and stuff, like cultists, we say, if you're playing the game, the little like the guys with like shitty guns and wrenches and stuff. So a lot of them, and some word bearers, but yeah, in the chaos, they're able to like sneak in through like a fucking grate. They cut a grate open and they're able to sneak on board, but only like 5 of them. You know what I mean? Only 5 of the whole crew who are going to get on actually do get on board. And as this is happening, a gantry's exploded and all this chaos. So Zadkiel's like, hey, we're out. Spin it up. And there's a part in the scene in there where like the engines are so hot, they're like just, because normally you'd be like, okay, like we're leaving, everyone back away. And they just turn the key and start it, and they're like killing, the engines burn some of their own people and all, but they're out of there. You know what I mean? They're like, we're out of here.
Some servitor like lifted his last box before he retires, and they're like, just poof.
But not even that. Like some of like their own brothers, like word bearers, then are fighting. And they're like, "Hey, we're out of here." And I said we'll get into it later. I just feel like they give these guys like no credit, like as if they because they're bad, they don't give a shit about even themselves. And I just don't think that's fair. I think they would still be like tight amongst each other. But yeah, either way, we'll talk about it later.
I love it. And again, this is a really quick go through of this. That scene is pretty sick. It gives you like this D-Day style battle of like the wolves fighting basically uphill against a dug-in force, and it's actually a pretty good action scene. It's not just like, oh, I'm so badass, I walked through the bullets and I won because I'm a space marine. No, it kind of has like their ego and the characters interacting. It's a good scene. Highly recommend it. Giving that a thorough read through. But our boys who make it on the ship don't have it too easy. So the other World Eaters are quickly killed. And then Antiques,
obviously.
Antiques is killed by Zadkiel's subordinate, Rezkiel.
Yeah, so they get on and they're getting pursued. And he does a good description of like how massive it is. You know what I mean? Like it's like a labyrinth in there. So they're just kind of like running around. Their goal is to get like, I think like, get somewhere that they can do some damage. You know what I mean? Like maybe destroy the engine, whatever. But they're pursued, and one by one, the no-namers get knocked off. And then it's Skrull and Antiques are in this giant cathedral. And I'm sure there's probably 1,000 cathedrals on this ship because that's how they roll. You know what I mean? But yeah, so there's like a standoff where they're finally cornered by the word bearers, and poor Antiques is killed during this battle leaving Skrull, who has to he doesn't want to do this because he's like a crazy world eater, but he has to kind of like retreat almost, you know what I mean? He like slinks into the shadows being pursued, but he goes like, and the ship's so big you can do this, you know what I mean? It's like a city inside a city, so he's just like, you know, hiding somewhere, you know.
So whatever, it's Warhammer, but like you have, I think there's like what, 10 dudes max in this. It's the size of Rhode Island. Yeah. And they were like, they're right here, get them. But then the one guy gets away. I don't know, it's so like, to me it's so silly, like, oh, I found the good vent. I was
and in this scene, like, you know, this battle scene, there was a part where Skrull does like he chops the guy's hand off, rescue, you know what I mean? And then, and that'll like not the hand itself doesn't lead to anything, but they have like a shared history, you know what I mean? And that'll come into play later.
Like, you know? Oh, I got beef with that guy. He's the hand cut off guy.
He cut my hand off, yeah.
All right. So as this happens, the Abyss takes off. Then they're doubling down, pursuing the furious Abyss through the warp once more. Bringar attempts to torture the Wordbearer's plans out of Ultis, but does not succeed. So we're not above torture in the Imperium.
Oh, no, absolutely not. No, I think the like Bringar is like in a rage, and he takes the guy into their cell, and Cestus is like, yo, man, like, what are you gonna do? And he's like, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. And then Cestius, who probably has like, you know, Geneva Convention on his mind, but he's like, all right, I mean, hey, we're at this point, like, hey, okay, man, like, I'm just gonna walk away, you know what I mean? Like, just do what you got to do, you know what I mean? Like, but
I do appreciate Cestus being like, I mean,
yeah, like, what else are you gonna do?
We kind of got him back against the wall here. We're fighting the Death Star. Does not succeed with the torture, so he's given no other choice. Cestus releases Motep and has him use his psyker powers to lift Zadkiel's plan directly from Ultis's mind. That sounds terrifying. Absolutely.
Yeah. Not. So they mentioned it in the last book about like, what was it? John Grammaticus, like how they could get it out of his mind with psychers. Yeah. So like psychers and what's his name? Zahariel from the other book. Like they mentioned that. So yeah, they have these ways to like dig into your mind psychically, but it usually like ruins the person, like, you know, like they're like a, you know, like it's like I picture like a lobotomy, you know what I mean? There's like, you know,
yeah,
they're just like zombified afterwards, but they don't really care about this guy, you know what I mean? Like, who gives a shit? Like, you know, because like
killed our boys. Yeah,
up until then, you know, he you know, he's getting tortured and he's not even given he's not even speaking to Bringar, you know what I mean? Like, you know, he's probably yanking his teeth out and pulling his fingernails out, all that crazy shit, you know what I mean? So
yeah, they're leaning a little bit more into Motep, which the rules are always convenient to listen to the rules when it's easy, right? Like, oh, we saw Motep save the ship, but he used magic. We don't like that. Now it's like, hey, we have the Death Star hurtling towards some unknown location. We need to stop it. We can maybe use magic now. I get it. The Nicaea just happened, but like, it sounds like they're kind of like, hey, we're just going to keep using magic if it's convenient.
Well, yeah, I mean, they got to advance the story, and I guess, you know, like if you're one of the characters, like everything you know that is true and real is like falling apart around you. So he's kind of like out of options, you know what I mean? And he's like, hey, maybe this guy can do something, you know what I mean? Like, because they have to know, they don't know. Like, we know because they give us the view of the word bearers. We know where they're going, but these guys don't know. You know what I mean? They're like, what is the plan here? It can't be good. You know what I mean? So like, they got to get something out of the only like nugget of information that they have. They have to try to get something out of it. You know what I mean? So they resort to more nefarious means. You know,
not heretical. It's not heretical.
No.
We're helping the Emperor. All right. The Furious Abyss sends daemons at the Wrathful, which break through its Geller field, love that word, and attacks the crew. So we're back. We're ghostbustering it up, and 3 of the honor guard are killed fighting the demons, and the rest are only saved by Motep. Thank God we let that guy out. Who employs his sorcerer's powers to banish the foe, only to collapse unconscious afterwards without having had the chance to tell anyone what he learned from Ultis. So
yeah. So he gets the info from Ultis, but then there's an attack, and I think that like the door opens or whatever, and he joins the Ultramarines who are being assaulted by these like, I don't know, like octopus kind of monster things that can shape shift and all, and they're doing good. They're shooting them, but there's so many of them. You know what I mean? Like the thing is, like, it's a cool scene. Like it reminds me of like the movie Aliens, where like they're coming from both angles and they're shooting and it's like nothing that they can do. And then Motep comes out, and then this is actually the first time where like another Cestius and the boys like see it happen. He sees like the fire come out of his hand and burn this creature to the ground, and he says they are gone, and then he friggin'
he couldn't have dropped like a couple words about the plan. Instead he wanted like aura farm, and like I did that, and then he goes to sleep. And like, no, come on, man, what's happening here? Love it. Thanks, Motep. I guess you did save us. Gellerfield's down, Motep's unconscious, shit is getting spicy. Cestus continual sanctions of Motep's power leads Bringar to challenge him to an honorary duel.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
This scene is tight. Is it necessary? No. It gives like the Rocky training montage style of just like dudes flexing. Who's the bigger man? So they beef it out, man. They go to which I think is hilarious. They go to his hall, and they just throw down. It's as simple as that.
It's a fight to like what? It's a fight to either like you give up or first blood. You know what I mean? Like they have weapons, but they're not trying to kill each other per se. You know what I mean? But like they're like, hey, here's the rules. Here's going to happen, and they're going. And Bringar's better, man. Bringar's strong. He's fucking whooping his ass. But I think like there's like a moment where he comes at him, and like Cestius is able to like nick him. You know what I mean? Like a little cut, and then he goes, blood.
That's the rule.
Blood.
That's the rule.
Yeah.
We said that.
Yeah. I felt that was kind of like very pussy of him. You know what I mean? Like
there was, I think,
because Bringar doesn't know what happens. He's like ready to get him. Like he's like, hey, you're bleeding. Look at your belly. You're bleeding.
And it's like it's like this is like against like the cask walls or whatever, and it's like linking like booze everywhere, and he's like, I got you, I won. So it's a good scene, really silly, not entirely necessary, but it's a good flesh out of like who these dudes are. Like even the guys who are very much allies in this like heretical world, they still have so much friction. They still have so much trouble working together. I think it's a really fun little like side story. Not necessary, but I mean this whole book is not necessary. But
and then it doesn't happen there, but so before that happens, they do a whole chapter with Skrull. So they talk to him about he's moving through this ship, and like it's like a city. And I thought it was cool, like he's seeing like parts and places and like little things that like he can tell people lived here. And like that's how old the place is. Like, like there's scrawlings on the wall of the menials who were building this place. He describes like passages that look like avenues, like spired avenues. So like it gives this grand like, because we all know they're big, but like he's trying to like, it must be hard. He's trying to convey that all these ships that are big, but this one is like beyond what you could imagine as your standard Imperial ship. And there's a cool scene where he goes to like this it's like a museum of sorts, and over the speaker, Zadkiel is like taunting him, and he's telling him about, hey man, like you should just join us. And he's like, I'll never join you, all this stuff. And in one of the cases is what's it called? Brazen Tooth. So Brazen Tooth is like his Primarch's like old school weapon. You know what I mean? It's like the weapon he had when he was a slave, because Angron was a slave before he was found by the Emperor. And he's like distraught. He's like, what is this doing here? And Zadkiel is like laughing at him, saying like, hey, that was given to Lorgar, my Primarch, as a show of like, how we're boys. So he's kind of telling him like, hey man, like you might as well join me. Like your boss has already joined up. They're tight. Lorgar and Angron are tight. So what are you doing? You know what I mean? But like to his credit, he doesn't like fall for the trick, which is not a trick. It's true. I mean, the world leaders are, traitors, but like he stays loyal, and he tells him to F off and stuff, and like goes back into the ship darkness.
Yeah, he's dieharding it which is hilarious, because like he's crawling through vents that are like the size of like Broadway. Yeah. Like it's huge.
Yeah, and there's a part where he's like, he's pissed off because of what he said, and then he's like, fuck you, and he starts cutting through the wall to escape, and he says, the Emperor will learn of your treachery. He'll send your brothers. He'll send the War Master. And Zacchio's like laughing his ass off, like, oh yeah, okay, you know what I mean? Like, it's so funny because like we know this poor guy has no idea. This poor guy at this moment they assume that the word bearers have gone rogue for some reason, and that's just them. You know what I mean? Like, hey, these fucking crazy lunatics have gone crazy, probably because of what happened at Monarchia, but they don't tell you that in the book. But like, that would be if I was one of these guys, that'd be my understanding. Like, man, the Emperor like really smacked them hard, and they cracked, and now they're they're on a suicide mission. They want to take us out, but Zacchio is in the know. He knows that it's fucking way bigger than that. So when this guy says he'll send the War Master, he's like, oh, you fucking dummy, dude, send the War Master.
And it's like, I don't know. I think it's a very good depiction of the World Eaters too. Like Skrull, he doesn't care. Like, he's like, bro, I'm fighting. Like, at this point, I'm just fighting to fight. Like, you could be totally right. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, I came out here to blow this shit up. I don't care. I don't care. But he is also very uninformed, which is a bit of a tragedy, which I like. I think it creates a little depth to Skrull, a guy who's just big angry boy.
Yeah, I actually think that this like so far, I mean, I said this is the first World Eater we see, and actually it's kind of good that it's probably hard to give a character to someone who's normal perception is like all they do is kill. They have these things in their head that make them want to kill all day, but it's kind of cool to see like that. And later books will meet other ones, like Karn is a good one. He has like a lot of personality and character, and I imagine it'd be hard to write that where it's like, hey, these people, all they want to do all day is kill, and if they're not killing, they get a headache. You know what I mean? Like, that's how bad it is. So how do you make like something where that person won't even care about having a conversation or thoughts if I'm not killing, I am in pain? You know what I mean? So hats off to him because he has this very defiant attitude. It works well with the World Eater style, but he's still like sane enough to like talk and discuss things and not just like a blabbering idiot. But then also right before the fight, they do talk about a character we'll see later. So there's like a ritual going on the ship on the Furious Abyss, and they have the body of Belenos, who was one of their boys who was killed, and they have his organs open, and they're doing this spooky ritual, and he's reading from this book. I think Ecthalon, who is like the word bearers. What do they call them guys? I can't think of it. What's
Apothecary?
No, the religious guy. Chaplain.
Yeah.
He's reading from this book and this ritual, like blood and candles and all. And the astropath's like, man, like he's like, who wrote those words? Like, they're fucking cool, man. And he says, Warsic, Wsoric, wrote these words. And remember that name because that'll come up later. So Warsic is a demon. He's pretty much speaking the words to invoke this demon that will become a player later on in the game. But that's where it kind of all starts, because I'll mention Warsic a couple of times. So, and then we go to the fight. So I just wanted to add that in.
No, yeah. So again, there's a lot happening, guys. A lot of brochacho-ness, a lot of divisive characters, dudes fighting for the wrong side that are also fighting for the wrong side. It's pretty cool. A lot going on. All right, we're back. The Furious Abyss arrives in the Macragge system. So right before this, Motep wakes up and he reveals the plan. So thank God Cestus won the battle, because Motep's about to spill the beans. He's able to give everyone the know about what's happening. So they arrive in the Macragge system, and they position itself to destroy Framaska, Macragge's second moon. The debris from which will shield it as it approaches the planet to deliver a lethal virus bomb. We're back, baby. More virus bombs. I think it's really interesting because when we were first introduced to virus bombs, you thought like it was like basically handing a toddler like a nuclear warhead. Like, this never happens. But now I think this is like the second or third time we've dealt with virus bombs. So they seem a little more common than I thought. But I guess it's the biggest warship ever made, so they're going to have a couple laying around. The Wrathful arrives and launches a suicidal attack, distracting the Abyss long enough to deploy boarding craft before taking fatal damage. A lot going on there.
Yeah, so the plan here is to they had these cyclonic torpedoes that will destroy for Masca, and I think it's like an uninhabited moon. But the idea is then the debris will rain down all over the. So Macragge's a major planet, so it has like orbital defenses and it has fleets and all. But the idea is that these asteroids will rain down and smash a bunch of that up. They'll hit the planet, you know what I mean? And then with that debris, they can move behind the debris, avoiding detection, and then launch their virus bombs onto Macragge, which will like devastate. Because right now, it said like they show up, I'm sure like satellites are pinging, like, hey, there's a big ship, but it you know, until they find out it's not an enemy ship, you know what I mean? But as soon as they launch torpedoes, they're going to know that something's going on. So they're going to use that as a smoke screen to get close enough to launch their virus bombs onto Macragge.
A lot of moving parts. These heretics, they know their planet pretty well. So we got this suicide attack happening. 2 more of the honor guard are killed when their shuttle slams into the side of the abyss. But Cestus, oh no, shocking, and 3 others make it aboard and attack the torpedo deck.
Yeah, so
red shirt 4 and 5 didn't make it.
They use the Wrathful to come, you know, they come alongside and they make it look like they're going to attack. And so the Furious Abyss is like turning to present their armored side to them, and that's when they launch. They sacrifice a ship. They launch their like boarding torpedoes. The Space Wolf's in it. Bringar's in it, and Cestius and some boys are in it. But the idea is that they're distracted with that. We can get under the cover of this fight and not get shot out. But they do. A bunch of them get shot. Their names. A lot of them don't even make it. You know what I mean? And something I want to add, like the plan that Ultis known, Motep didn't like tell him. He like psychically like put it in Cestius's mind and a scene. You know what I mean? Like, and with that he put like everything that Ultis knows. So like he put like the plans of the ship, because later on like Cestius will know his way around the ship, and they kind of like it's like it's a little like like cheesy, but like that's how he knows how to get around the ship, because Motep pulled it out of Ultis and then put it into Cestus, and Cestus didn't like that. He tells him he's like, if you ever do that again, I'll fucking execute you myself, because that's like super witchcraft stuff, you know what I mean? But so they start shooting towards the ship, and Cestius makes it. It's kind of eluded that Bringar's torpedo is shot down and it hit somewhere else, so we looks like he's not making it, wink wink, I think he's gonna make it.
Yeah, I do think they don't say, because I think they show his point of view when he's in it, and they're like, his pilot's like, oh, we're going down, and then he's like not even worried. He's like, oh, we're going right where we need to go. And I'm like, all right. And then you cut to Cestus and they're like, he didn't make it. And I'm like, he's fine. It's Superman's dead. Is he? Whatever. All right. So we're back. They're marching through. They're fighting, and they're trying to destroy the warheads primed to launch at Formasca.
Yeah.
Two
so
more
now
they have killed.
Yeah. So instead of like trying to destroy the ship, now they have their bombs, and they're going to try to make their way to the artillery or whatever, like the ordnance deck. You know what I mean? To like stop the bombing going on. That's what they're trying this time. You know what I mean?
Not going too hot for Cestus. 2 of them are killed by enemy fire by the time the melta bombs, not just bombs, are planted, and then the ship's psychers launch a mental assault that overwhelms Cestus.
So this is like happened before with the flight crew. The Ekphilan and Zakiel have these, they call them supplicants. They're kind of like juiced up steroid. I think they're just people. They're not like starting. Yeah, they're like psychers, right?
Sometimes they're psychers, sometimes they're just they're like people attempting to be Astartes or didn't pass Astartes training. Yeah. So like, but they're not aspirants. They're like I said, they made it through some of the training.
Like buds duds.
Yeah, and they're like, hey, like you're still kind of jacked.
You can still help it. Yeah,
you still can help. So,
what they've been doing is they're able to like tap into their collective juiced up psychic energy and do things. That was the fighters that got diverted. That was them. So now, but when they do this, a lot of them die. So now like they're going to use the last of them. You know what I mean? Like the last of the supplicants, they're going to, hit the go, and they the guy hits a button on a little thing and they get all juiced up and they like, come out of their little pods, and they're pretty much like, hey, like we're going to send these guys to where the ordnance deck is. And just them being there is sending out like psychic nightmares. You know what I mean? So it's not like a necessary like, hey, you're juiced up, go fight. It's more like you're sending waves of madness to people, because the next couple scenes is like Cestius is in like fucking Dante's Inferno and stuff. You know what I mean? Like he's having nightmares and he's like going through the rings of hell and all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
which brings us somewhere else where Bringar is out here. He made it.
So yeah,
we were so surprised. Everyone's so surprised. They didn't want to give him the off-screen death. The psychic attack hits Bringar, and he temporarily goes mad, and he slaughters his own blood claws.
Yeah, so in his point of view, he's a wolf on Fenris, which is the planet of the Space Wolves, and he's like this wolf. This wolf is like killed a pack of young wolves. You know what I mean? Like, and then an older wolf like comes up to him. And he's like, yo, man, this ain't Fenris. You know what I mean? And then he like snaps out of it. And he just like killed his whole crew and like bit him. Like the dude's neck is ripped open. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, he went. So like I said before, I'm not a Space Wolf expert, but like in their lore, they have what's called the Wolfen, which are like werewolves. So some of them get so feral that they turn into werewolves. So like I wrote that in a note, like this hinting at that, like like the psychic energy that's causing him to like go crazy, is it like making him almost turn into a lycanthrope, you know what I mean? Like, but anyway, yeah, he kills his whole fucking crew, you know what I mean? Like all his boys, he kills them all,
Bringar, bro.
And before that, the scene with Cestius, and like, so he's like transported to, like I said, Dante's Inferno. He's in these rings of hell, but they're like Ultramarine style. You know what I mean? They're all about honor and stuff. And he sees like an old drill sergeant yelling at him, and he's like, he's on a wheel, and they're like, it's very like medieval style. Like he's going through these rings of hell, and he's screaming, I'm not a traitor, and I'm not all this stuff. You know what I mean? So it's just it's very descriptive, and it's kind of cool to read. You know what I mean? But it's pretty much showing that like they're attacked mentally, they're mentally assaulted. That's how they're being slowed right now. You know what I mean? Like they're not getting shot at and all, they're just being mentally assaulted because of these psychic supplicants that have been activated.
Like, and it's cool. Ben does a stellar job like telling it. Like most people would be like HP Lovecraftian, like, oh, it's the worst horrors they've ever seen, or they're going through nightmares, blah blah blah, unimaginable. No, this one's very imaginable. He creates a very tangible, well-informed vision of what would be terrible or terrifying. And then there's Bringar, who's like, hey, you're actually just a wolf. And that's like,
yeah.
all right.
So so he wakes out of his dream, and he kills the Mechanicum dude who like comes into the room, and then he hears like a mechanical voice behind him. It says, was it, I serve the Legion eternally, and turns around and it's a fucking dreadnought, dude. Like
fucking so hard. I serve eternally.
A dreadnought with like the little shell open, and he can recognize that it's Belanos, the dude he killed earlier. And he says, what he said? He says, all right, round two. Like, super action star, you know what I mean? He's
like, oh, here we go again. So we're back. I think Bringar has a higher friendly kill count than enemies at this point. He loves fighting his own dudes. But he sees he's ready to rematch for this previous duel, but he definitely needs a little help. And who comes to save the day?
Oh yeah, so Skrull pops out. Yeah. So
Skrull, he's like Rambo again.
Yeah, he's hack at this thing, you know what I mean? Like, and it's not really doing much, you know what I mean? Then he gets like there's a pistol shot that is hitting the open sarcophagus, stuns him, and then he's able to like hack the if you're listening to this podcast, you've seen a dreadnought. In the middle is where the remains are. So it's open for some reason. It's not closed yet because he said he wasn't like activated yet. You know, he was getting entombed. So yeah, so Skrull distracts him kind of with a couple shots that stumbles him, and then Bringar's able to take his axe and like hack the remains to pieces.
I like, and it says here, Skrull comes to assist after spending weeks on the run in the ship's bowels. So I guess we kind of forget like warp travel ain't that fast in the grand scheme of things, and Skrull's been running and gunning for weeks, listening to basically anti-war propaganda and bad mouthing every Primarch ever, and he's just like having to deal with it. And then he sees the Space Wolf fighting a dreadnought, and he's like, I guess this is my moment.
There was a cool scene earlier in the book where like he was like he was hiding and he heard a noise, so he turned off some gland he has that allows the Space Marines to do active sleep. So he was sleeping, but he's awake. It was weird. It was cool. I forget the name of it, but he's like, you know, it's like Skrull deactivated his so-and-so gland that allowed him to wake up because he heard like a noise. You know what I mean? Like, oh shit. So he was like, you know, resting, and I mean, yeah, weeks. He's like living in this ship for weeks. You know what I mean? Does what you have talk about where Motep is fighting Warsic?
It's about to happen. It's about to happen.
Yeah, all right, yeah, that's cool too. I like that.
So yeah, going back to Skrull, they have a gland where like it's not that they're like awake; they literally turn off half their brain. I think that's how it works. So like they'll sleep half of their brain at a time, so they can perpetually keep working like forever. Not sure how that works. Hey man, I'm just happy to be here. So we're back. They fight the dreadnought, and he manages to beat it with Skrull's assistance. But now Cestus is now the only Ultramarine survivor. Arrives as well, having endured the psychic attack, and leads the trio towards the ship's plasma reactor, which they must destroy as their last hope of stopping the abyss. So we'll talk about it at the end, how I feel about all of this.
Yeah, so but it's like his little culmination. So Skrull comes in, saves his butt, and then he's like, you know, he's like, how'd you find me? And he's like, oh, dude, like Cestus is here, you know what I mean? And then he's like, you know, Cestus is like, hey man, the only thing left to do is to try to destroy the ship. You know, like we can't destroying the bombs or whatever is no longer a viable option. You know what I mean?
So now we're back on the Wrathful. So the suicide ship that was the distraction, which Motep like asked to stay on, I'm pretty sure. And so his I think BS idea of like God's plan, he's like, oh, I want to stay on the suicide ship. Maybe there is a plan because it's pretty important what he ends up doing.
Yeah, I think that was like what he saw in his fate, was that he had to be here to do this. I still understand it because the ship right now it's not destroyed, but it's like being pulled by the gravity of the moon because it's like, you know, dead in the water in a sense. So like, what happens now? Why does that matter? Like why not get off the ship and let the thing crash?
God's plan. All right, this is God's plan. So aboard the dying Wrathful, Motep encounters a demon, Warsic, employed by the word bearers, and has slaughtered Admiral Kaminska and the bridge crew, and is responsible for slowly turning Bringar against Motep and Cestus.
Yeah, so we were kind of going over a little bit, but during this book, Motep is like, you know, doing his magic stuff, like sending his ether out into the warp to check on things, and when he does, he's being like tempted by unseen force, and he doesn't know what it is. And then it turns out that Warsic, the demon, has been implanted into the ship, and he's been kind of like, you know, making everyone fucking sad boys. You know what I mean? Like that's, you know, Bringar doesn't like him in general, but he's like been like, you know, ticking at him more and more to try to make some kind of you know, some kind of fight happen, you know. But now he reveals himself. Warsic reveals himself, and he's like your standard, you know, monster. And I think it's like it's in a body, you know what I mean? I think the helmstress or something like that, and she like distends and her whole head explodes, and you know, this big scorpion tail, and all this, you know, very like, you know, very monstrous looking kind of things, you know. But they start fighting. They get it on.
They beef,
you know what I mean?
And they do it magically.
Magic.
This is
shooting fire. Shooting fire and all this stuff. And I think the end of this part of the fight, he's like smashed through the floor, you know, like of the bridge down into like, you know, some other part of the ship. Like I said, it's like it's so grand that they're smashing through walls and everything.
Walls. So which my whole thing, Motep could have done this the whole time. Like I feel like whatever. So the two fight a climactic duel, which ends when Motep stuffs a grenade through a breach in Warship's form and destroys him from within. Before accepting his fate.
That's why you had to wait, because it mentioned in the book that like the longer that a demon is in the real world, their physical form is slowly going back into the warp. So he's like fighting him, but he's taunting him, and then this monster comes in for the death kill. I think he like grabs his arm and crushes it, and he's holding him up, and he's like, "Yeah, I got your ass," you know what I mean, like all this stuff. And now his form is like more jelly, and he's like, "No, I've been waiting for this moment." And he primes his grenade, pushes in his belly, which explodes, destroying his physical form, but also like blowing him up. And there's like a little sad scene where he's like watching through a viewport as the ship is falling to the moon, and he's like, "Yep, this is what I was supposed to do." You know what I mean? This is my fate. You know what I mean? But what I don't get is like what would it matter if that demon just fell to the planet?
That's what I was like. Oh, who cares, dude? Like.
Well, because it's not even a planet. It's not like a planet full of people where he would get out and like it's a moon. I don't know. You know what I mean? Yeah, I kind of know that.
God's plan.
I don't get it though. Yeah. So
all right. So yep. It says Motep looks back and sees the furious abyss as he is grabbed into the gravity and plummets towards the surface. R.I.P. I don't think Motep's coming back from that one.
No, I think that one's gone. All right. So it's R.I.P. of the first of the like name. Well, I guess Antigues was a name character too, but you know what I mean. But like of the crew of our little ragtag crew of adventurers, you know what I mean. I'd say that's the first R.I.P.
So we're back to the Furious Abyss. We got our three protagonists who have somehow been the only ones to make it this far. Really surprising there. Aboard the Furious Abyss, Cestus, Bringar, and Skrull evade the many word bearers hunting them, and Cestus and Bringar lure Rescale into a trap so Skrull can kill him.
Yeah, so it's getting desperate now because with their supplicants dead, their veil, like their cloaking, whatever, is like gone. So the Macragge fleet knows something's out there. Before this, they didn't know anything was out there because they had their supplicants doing their magic, and they were able to not be seen until they fired. But they had time to position and all perfect. But now that they use their supplicants to do the attack, it says the Macragge fleet is making its way towards them. Now, not like in an attack way. They're just curious. So but they're coming. You know what I mean? So they got to do something. So he sends his boys down like, hey, like we know they're in the engine room. We pretty much can figure out what they're trying to do. And he's like, they mention a lot of times the veneer of his calm veneer is breaking Zadkiel. You know what I mean? Because these guys are like super religious. They think everything is like written in the word in the book. You know what I mean? Like, so it's not going to plan. So he's like starting to freak out, and he's like, you guys got to fucking take care of this. You know what I mean? Like, he ordered, I think he orders the chaplain to like, hey man, like go take care of this. And the chaplain like pulls a gun on him. He's like, nah, dude, like you are unfit, for command. Stand down, he tells him. And like I said, I just like the way they make these guys turn on each other is just like, I don't know. I feel they'd be tighter. I don't know. They're bad guys, but they'd be bad guys together. I don't know. But yeah. So he kills his chaplain, and he's like, all right, hey, clean this up. Now he's going to go down to join Rescue, like personally. I'm going to go down there and figure out what the hell's going on. You know what I mean? And like you said, yeah, they're laying a trap for him. Our loyalist bros are down there in the catacombs of the engine room laying traps for Rescue and his boys that end in the cool scene I thought was where like, I think they're like creeping down a hallway and they hear a noise and they look over and like one of the word bearers' chest explodes and it's fucking the dude's chain axe like ripping through him and Skrull just like decimates them all. You know what I mean? Like just goes berserk.
I think he says like tired of crawling and hiding. He finally gets to like use his bloodlust, which if your whole shtick is rampaging and killing, I bet crawling and hiding is like the worst thing you could do to yourself. You said, he literally, they have a biological implant that causes pain and like suffering if they're not in a blood-filled rage. So Skrull gets to doing what Skrull does, man. He's happy to go rampaging.
Yeah, so he gets to kill that dude's hand cut off. And this is also this is the guy who's been hunting him for like weeks. So he's like, it's like a little like personal victory. He's like, all right, I finally got this piece of shit out of the way. He's been, hounding me all this time as I've been half sleeping and probably I don't even know what he's eating. I mean, I don't think I have to eat, but whatever. He's probably eating rats and shit. You know what I mean?
Like space rats. It says Skrull makes a suicidal charge because they run into Zadkiel. Shit ain't looking hot. It says he injures the word bearer's hand before being shot dead. R.I.P. Skrull.
Yeah, so they made it to the reactor, but then they're assaulted by Zadkiel and all. Yeah, Skrull kind of sacrifices himself. Gets one last swing at him, but only cuts off a couple fingers. And Zadkiel like shoots him in the face, or I think he shoots him, and then he like puts the gun to his head as he's on the ground, and he's like mumbling, "I'm not a slave," because that's what Zadkiel was calling him. Like, all you guys are just slaves, like you're Primarch. You know what I mean? So yeah, R.I.P. Skrull. But now they're at the reactor compartment, and Cestius this whole time is planning on. So the reactor, it's plasma, but it's like radiation. So Cestius is like committed to sacrificing himself by going in with the bombs, and doing it. But then as they're hacking open with the axe, hacking open the first shielding, Bringar like kind of pushes him out of the way. And he's like, I'll go in. And, what's he say? He says, avenge me and avenge your legion. And he hops in, like leaving Cestius out there to be like, oh shit, I was going to be the hero,
I think that's so funny too. Cause it's like, this ship's going to like explode and everyone's going to die. He kind of got the good deal of like, I'm going out on my own terms. You kind of have to go down in a crashing ship. But Bringar, I guess, taking the high road. I guess it's also like a cute little like brotherly like road moment of like, hey, like we were beefing a lot. I want you to go kill some more baddies. I'll take this one. And it's cool. I get it. It's a good moment. But yeah, to me, it's funny. It's like Bringar's like, I'm done. I'm out.
Good. Yeah. So that scene, he's going into the deeper depths of the engine compartments and like his armor's blistering and his skin is blistering, and he gets to this ledge and it's like this big chasm down into the plasma reactor, and he primes his like little bombs, and instead of throwing them, he just like jumps off with them, like like collapses into it, and he has a cool like in his mind he's standing on the edge of the Fenrisian Ocean in a loincloth with a spear and a knife, and he dives into the icy depths to go because as the great orca is calling him. That was cool. Man.
It's so funny too, because it's like these dudes are so weird. Like the Space Wolves are so weird because it's like I get like the Lunar Wolves, like they worshipped the moon when they were like before they were turned evil, and like, but these guys are like, I want to hunt, I want to scavenge with Fenrir, and it's like, all right, like you couldn't like think about like hanging out with your homies again. It's like, no, I gotta go chase this big whale. I love it. So Bringar takes the big one for us, takes the explosives from Cestus and dives into the reactor with the explosive strapped to his body. As the chain reaction begins to destroy the furious abyss, Cestus takes his last moments and pursues Zadkiel to the shuttle bay. So it doesn't seem like they respect the going down with the ship thing.
Nah, they don't care about that.
It doesn't seem like
too important. You know what I mean?
They'll hand that off to the servitor and be like, "You've been promoted."
Yeah. So Zadkiel makes the order to abandon the ship, and he's going to abandon the ship, and Cestius has an inkling that he's going to do that. So he's going to also make his way to the shuttle bay to have this ultimate confrontation at the end. You know what I mean? And then we're pretty much this is almost the end, but I thought it was a cool part where like they zap to Corferon, who is, I got a picture of him, do I? Maybe not. All right. He's like second in command almost to like Lorgar. So he is another piece of this puzzle on the attack on the Ultramarines. So he's been communicating with Zadkiel. Zadkiel's plan was you got to do this. This is your job. I'm going to be over here, another place called Calf, to just launch an attack. So they show him. He's like this grand altar and a statue of Lorgar, and they're doing their thing. And someone tells him, "Hey, man, Zadkiel like we're not getting any response. Like I don't think it happened. You know what I mean? I don't think it worked. You know, like whatever we're planning worked. So he's like, all right. He leaves the altar and he goes out into this big cathedral where there's like tons of fucking boys all praying. They all pray before battle. They're like ready to rock and roll. You know what I mean? And I thought it was cool here. He tells them Zadkiel's failed, and this massacre is no longer a massacre. It's going to be a fight to the end. To your drop pods and ships, arm yourselves, say your prayers, for the Ultramarines are waiting. So now it's going to become like, now they know it's not going to be a sneak attack anymore. Now they know that it's coming, and it's going to be a much harder battle, because the Ultramarines are way more people. And I don't know, like you can argue whoever's better fighting force, but you know, probably Ultramarines, you know what I mean? But that was a cool little scene, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're the blue guys, dude. Talking about.
Well, yeah, they're like the poster boys, so definitely, you know what
I mean? I actually think that's such like and it's part of my biggest gripes with this whole book, but that scene, it's like when in Lord of the Rings where like Isengard, they're in Isengard, and he's like, how are we gonna fight these people? Like, how you need a massive army. He's like, oh, you need a massive army. You need a bigger than massive army. And he like turns around and it's just all these dudes, and it adds again to the scale of like, we just lost the biggest military asset ever constructed in the history of like the Mechanicum, the Imperium. Yeah. And you know what he says? He's like, that sucks. All right.
Yeah, we're
like,
well, I mean, like, yeah, like at this point, they're committed. He's probably in position. They're in position. It's like, well, you know, we're still going through with this. We can't back out now. You know what I mean? Like there's no going back. You know what I mean? So all right, and then also, we get oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, just one more thing. Like, to me, if imagine just like you're telling your like, you know, your one underling, hey, go pick up my car. Go pick up the new tank. Go drive that around the corner. You don't need to go killing all these ships, dude. You don't need to dock. You don't need to keep doing all this. Like, point A to point B. If I was that word bearer, I'd been like, the fuck? I told you to just get over here. You don't.
Yeah, well, they have a couple scenes in the book where he's like, you know, barking at him, like, "What are you doing?" You know what I mean? And he's like, "Oh, you know, I got, you know, I ran into a little trouble and I had to dock." And he's like, "You can't dock. We got to be, you know, we have a timeline." You know what I mean? Like,
we got logistics, bro. He's so funny.
It's like, I mean, you know, they tried. I mean, they tried everything. They were sending demons at him and everything. You know what I mean? But you know, the indomitable will of the Ultramarines.
The Ultramarines.
You know what I mean?
Emperor protects, dude. All right. Duel of the Fates. We're over here at the end. We got the big bad Zadkiel finally against Cestus and their final duel in the shuttle bays. Spoilers. It's really cool. It's really epic. Witty banter. Cestus wins.
I think it wins, but I thought it was cool, like that Zadkiel's like better than him, actually. You know what I mean? Like he's all like a big wide strokes, and Zadkiel has a rapier, which I find is hilarious for a space marine. He has a rapier, like a fencing sword. You know what I mean? But anyway, he's tagging him, and he's, you know, he can't get a hit, and it says by will alone is how he was able to get up and fucking, you know, I think he hits him and then not chopped his head off. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But he got hit with a mortal wound, so he slumps over right next to Zadkiel. You know, leaking out his lifeblood. But he was at peace because he felt that his duty has now ended in death, as it always does for the Space Marine.
Yeah, it always ends. Service ends in death. Congrats, you did the thing.
Yeah,
and
then with that also, we can assume, but they do describe how as they're fighting, the ship is like destroying itself. You know what I mean? Because their bomb worked, setting off chain reactions of plasma reactors all through the ship, and it's still intact, you know what I mean? But like it's going down. You know what I mean? It's not a problem anymore to be worried about. You know what I mean? Which, like I said, like is like adds to the like nothing valuable coming out of the book, because it's like nothing survives, and it's like, okay, cool story, bro, but like it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
You know, like,
yeah. And but yeah, that's it. That's how it ends. That is literally how it ends. Like,
that's a cool ending. I like how it ends. Like, you know,
the ending is awesome in the terms
of
like
fight
the enemies and the final like climactic battle, and like you've been literally been chasing each other to the point where like he had to cut you off at your escape pod to face each other. Like that's how much you've been chased. Which is weird because you're in a super starship and you're being chased. I don't know, whatever. Good versus evil through will alone and his 23 additional organs and biomechanical and like, you know, but the human will is what got him through it, not his lifelong
his
training.
will well, he mentioned like his will was what got him to be through his aspirant phase, like, you know, to be an ultramarine. His will is what got him everywhere, and his will is what gets him up from this mortal wound to deal the last, you know, strike against his enemy. You know what I mean? So that's it.
But yep, that is the battle for the abyss. Ben, thank you for your service. It was a good read. It was an enjoyable read. I will leave it to Jason now to let's talk about it a bit.
Well, yeah, so, you know, final thoughts, analysis portion. I liked it. It was a fun book. It was fun. It was a nice, fun read, but kind of forgettable in the grand narrative of what's going on. I said, like, everyone and everything that is important in this book is gone by the end of the book. I understand, unless I haven't read every book, so I don't know if there's plot armor where someone comes back and all, but as of now, it is determined pretty much, and I can't imagine them because they're not like returning characters. It's you meet them in the beginning of the book, and they're all gone at the end of the book. The only person I think in the book who is still around today is Cor Farron, but he's kind of like a side character in the book. He's not even part of the story per se. You know what I mean? It felt like an action movie, which is cool. It was like this cool action book, and actually, I liked. It had like this kind of like Hunt for Red October feel. You know what I mean? Because like they're like two ships hunting each other in a sense, like not exactly, because in those that movie and all, it's like more like they're equals. You know what I mean? But it was different because there was your bolter porn stuff because they got to put it in there. But it was also kind of cool because I haven't read a book like this where it's like in-depth space battles. Usually your space battles are like, you know, what was it? Flighty Eisenstein, where it flies by Typhus' ship and they get a couple shots off, or like, hey, they described the virus bombing. But this was like kind of cool. They went into depth about like, you know, space naval, I guess you call it. I don't know, space battles. You know what I mean? It was kind of cool. And I imagine it's hard to write. You know what I mean? Because that stuff's slow. It mentioned in the book like the first fight they have is like goes on for over an hour. You know what I mean? Like because it's all like slow and giant vastness of time of space, you know, between these vessels. They're not like up close and personal, you know what I mean? So, but what do you think? Do you think like this would be better as like a standalone, or
I think it'd
supplement,
be really,
maybe?
I think a supplemental reading. So, if I were to have read basically the whole Horus Heresy, or I was like really into like I read the first 3. And I was like, blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, I really want more content on like the word bearers. I really want more content about like ship warfare, right? Like that style of like combat. This would be a really cool if someone was like, oh, have you read Battle for the Abyss? It's really just kind of cut and dry, a lot of action. And there's no stakes. It's just really good storytelling about the struggle of like an unlikely crew versus a better ship. And I think that's like, if you left it at that, that's really cool. I think, like I said, supplemental would have been perfect.
Yeah, I don't know why it's like book 8 in the series. Like I said, maybe I've read a lot of them, but I haven't read them all. Maybe there's more. There's gotta be. I mean, there's like fucking 60-some books. There's probably more like this where it's like it doesn't really need to be in the scheme, but they threw it in there for it. But yeah, I think this would have been a great, like, because they have them. You can look them up. There's tons of like short stories, novellas, even full novels that like take place in the lore, you know, time frame, but aren't actually a book in the series. Because like I said,
yeah, I think a good way to put it is how I interpret it and enjoyed it was like equal to Attack of the Clones. It was like 30% exactly what I wanted out of all this, and I feel like 80% of it was either unrelated to the story or was a lot of fluff, creating a bigger picture. But then, like, unlike the Attack of the Clones, I finished this book, and I was like, oh, so there's a bow on it. It's done. Yeah. I am like I have to look up what the next book is. You know, there's not a Battle for the Abyss 2. You know, it's done. These characters are gone. It is a story within itself, right? It's in a pretty closed cast. It's in a pretty closed world where I keep saying it. The stakes never felt very intense. It's the big bad Death Star with a literal death ray that no one's ever seen before, and then it's supposed to be the best thing ever made, and then it gets killed by a ragtag crew of of unlikely protagonists.
Yeah, I mean, I like that. I like the idea of the underdog against the big thing, but he does a good job of describing the vastness of the ship and the threatening. It takes out this fleet, but I wrote like, I don't know, like if it felt like a planet killer. Like I think they should have did a little scene maybe where it destroys something like vast, like a moon or something like that. Like
there was no Alderaan, dude.
Yeah, it's something like that. You know what I mean? Because like we're told to believe that this is going to wreck shop on Macragge, which is like one of the baddest planets ever in this universe. But I would like to see something ahead of time where it's like it shows it blowing up a moon, even if it's like a side, like a quick chapter of them doing demos at the Mechanicum fucking workshop where they're like, hey, Zagheel, check this out, dude. And you see this dumb moon we have? It's like, boom, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, it puts in a scope that it could do this. You know what I mean? Like it can, and it really, I mean, other books and lore supplements talk about other ships destroying planets. So like, what is making this one so special? You know what I mean? Like,
gets its own book, dude. That's how special it is.
Yeah, I mean, the Abyss is called. The whole book is like titled, the ship and everything. So, yeah, I think that would have added a little bit to it. Did you like the like the mixed legion kind of dynamic?
I liked that a lot, and I liked the World Eaters as a separate, like, closed sect were tied into these loyalists, and I think that that's never happened before so far, because I know, like, through video games and other content, that there are loyalist individuals from heretical chapters that stay loyal. I think that's cool. Even after, like, he probably thought it was propaganda, but Skrull was like told, hey, your Primarch's kind of on our side. Like, hey, yeah, this is Horus's idea. I think to hear all that and then stay loyal, that hasn't been touched on yet on I think the Flight of the Eisenstein, we see that a little bit, obviously, but
with Nathaniel, yeah.
But in terms of, like, because he's very much protagonist superhero, this is just Skrull. This is just kind of a dude. Like, given he's badass, but like, you never feel like he is supposed to be someone special, especially because he's the World Eater.
And it is, it's rare because of the World Eater, because the World Eaters are always shown as like very one-minded. So to see one that would, because I think once he saw that sword thing, whatever that like special sword, I feel he had to know, like, man, this guy, like, if my boss's sword is on this random fucking ship, and what he's saying, it's got to be real. And yeah, like, now at this point, like, even if he were like, okay, cool, I'll join you, and they'll probably kill him anyway. You know what I mean? But like, the World Eaters are always portrayed as like just one central mind of like, who am I killing? This guy? But he was my brother. He was my brother yesterday. I don't care. Yeah, we're here to kill.
I literally killed my own brother yesterday, so I don't care. No, it was this whole book hamstrings itself by its lack of stakes and continuity. Like, at the end of the day, you finish it and you're just kind of left like, okay, what's the next book? I guess like like, at least with the Angels books, you're like, oh, this is like building upon itself. Like, these are developing characters. You see, like, there's like a Primarch, blah blah blah. Like, as weird as those books were and how kind of jarring it was to veer away from like stereotypical 40K, it had a flow to feed into the bigger picture, which is the Horus Heresy, which is the Galactic War, the scale, the Emperor. This is like you kind of said, it's like a Hunt for Red October. It's a chase movie. It's something in itself, which I enjoyed. I did enjoy it, but holy cow, does it leave something to be desired at the end, which is no ill on Ben. This is no ill on the writing. It's just, I feel like he was given content to create, and he created it, and I didn't feel like there was a bigger picture.
Well, yeah, because like I think a big pull for these books as a series is that when you read it, they're all individual stories in a sense, but they somehow tie in, like, one book ends and like like the one book ended and you saw that like Erebus stole the knife and you're like, oh, okay, that is going to feed into the next story. But this book ends, and yes, more events will happen with the Word Bearers and Ultramarines, but this book didn't need to exist for that to happen. You know what I mean? Like, what's going to happen between the Word Bearers and Ultramarines, which is a lot of cool books that we'll read, but this doesn't need to take place for that to happen. You know what I mean? I feel like maybe if they did destroy the moon and it damaged Macragge, and then later on you read about how the war is so much harder. Why? Oh, because the Furious Abyss jacked us up. You know what I mean? Like, the stakes weren't there because nothing, like, awesome, the Loyalists just stopped the attack. But maybe later, maybe we'll see, because I can't remember. I can't remember every book I read, but maybe they'll reference that. But that would be cool, like to have somehow tie it in where whatever happened here makes a difference later on. And they could hint at that here. You know what I mean? They could even say something at the end, how they do a lot of books, how it ties in. You know what I mean? So
I guess the tie-in would obviously be when the World Bearers are talking about, hey, like this massacre just turned into a battle.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
But like, you only lost this item that you never actually had in the first place, right? Like you didn't actually you planned to have it, but what happens if the warp got cloudy? What happens if the Wi-Fi went down and they were like a week late? Like I don't know. It's a weird, like I said, it was a weird thing. You could make arguments about how the stakes were stakes and where this is coming into play into the big picture. But yeah, it gave me not a lot to look forward to, other than like hitting a Google and looking up what the next book is, right?
Yeah.
But not to say it was bad. I'm not saying it was bad. I enjoyed the heck out of it. There was D-Day scenes. There was naval combat in space, which, like you said, so difficult to write entertainingly.
Yeah.
I was told the whole time.
Yeah, that was good. What was what was so this is the first time we see the Word Bearers. What was your like feelings of their portrayal in this book? I was
sold on them. Absolutely sold on them. Like, so I'm doing my best to not spoil anything in the grand scheme. Like, actually flip that on the small like scene of things, because I think that those guys, or sorry, I'm thinking about Thousand Suns, but I know that like certain characters are supposed to be bad. I know certain characters are supposed to be good. I see the Word Bearers and I'm like, bad. Yeah. But then I'm like, why are they bad? And then we talked about this. I don't know why they're bad.
Yeah. So I've always liked them. I read a lot of books and I used to paint their models, or I paint the Chaos models red, whatever. But I feel like a lot, and this is not like my own idea. I've read this before. A lot of their writing is like that mustache twirling, like we're bad because we're bad. And the book we'll read coming up later is called The First Heretic, and that one will really flesh out the Word Bearers and Lorgar as a whole. And I think once you read that, then you get a more understanding of where they're coming from, and you can agree or disagree with their choices, but it gives more understanding of what they're doing and why, rather than just being bad for bad's sake. And I hate the fact how in this whole book the boss is like secretly wants to kill his sergeant, and it's like, that's just, I don't buy it, man. Like, there's no, they would not be effective fighting force for these thousands and thousands of years if every one of them wanted to kill each other. But I get, like, the idea is they're supposed to be like, power hungry, scheming, conniving, but I don't see him like that. I see him as like fanatic cult leaders who would in turn like worship their leaders, whether it be their Primarch Lorgar or someone who's higher in command. They would be seen as like some kind of like Messiah prophet thing. So like they would have reverence for them and follow them to the T. And they do that a lot. But then on the other side, it's like they're always scheming and stuff. And yeah, I don't know. I feel they don't get the Word Bearers don't get enough respect. In my mind, that's what I say. I think the ending, like the final confrontation here between Cestius and Zadkiel, I just really couldn't like buy into it that much. Like, cool scene, kind of makes sense because Zadkiel was like the what is it? The admiral of the bad guy fleet, and you got Cestius, who was not commander of the fleet, but pretty much, he's in charge. So these two, they fight, they got to fight, but there was really no there was no build up between the two, besides the fact that, one guy's a good guy and one guy's a bad guy. I think a little more back and forth between them. I don't know how to write that. I'm not the writer. I don't know, but I felt like a more final confrontation where Skrull actually kills Zachiel, or they kill each other, would be better, because Cestius and Zachiel, they never even spoke the whole book. They're just, these faceless entities. You're the boss, I'm the boss, and we're gonna fight. But to come to this culmination, it doesn't feel as meaty when it's just, yeah, you're my enemy, but why? You're my enemy because you're my enemy. That's it. And we're gonna fight because we're the last ones left. There was no backstory. I feel like they could have had some maybe back and forth through the Vox or something like that. But I think him and Skrull fighting at the end would have been better, because he's been toying with Skrull the whole time. He's the one who told him, he called him a slave, all this stuff. But you got to give Cestius something to do,
I think also I was getting really big Games Workshop Ultramarine vibes. Good Cestius was going to be the good guy Captain America, because he's supposed to be the good guy Captain America. I loved Skrull. I loved him. I thought there was a lot more I can't even say potential, because they used him so well. But that last moment.
Oh yeah, and he cut off his fingers. Give him more, dude. Let him. But he has to be full to fight Cestius later. If he's Skrull attacks and cuts his arm off, but he still dies. Well, now he's got to fight Cestius with one arm. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not the writer, but I wanted Skrull to get a little more payback, in a sense of this guy to Skrull was, someone who's been, calls him a slave and tells him that he's a traitor and you should join us because your boss is a traitor. And that's, that's more meat than just I'm Cestius, the captain, and you're Zachiel, the captain. So we're going to fight. You know what I mean? And they have a little back and forth at the end. Zachiel reveals hey, look, there's gods in the warp, and you should, imagine how much power we have. And it mentions that Cestius kind of feels sorry for him because he's just crazy zealot. You know what I mean? But those 2 or 3 chunks of words didn't really give a lot of meat for them to clash as if they're mortal enemies. And I get it, because Ultramarines, War Bears are the most mortal of enemies. So I kind of get it. And like you said, the Ultramarines are the poster boys, so they're going to get all the goods. You know what I mean? If someone's got to do the final fight, it's going to be an Ultramarine. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
But so we'll do the what was your best action sequence? There's a lot to pick from in this one.
There's 2. So the first one is I mentioned earlier, it's Bringar in his attack pod, and he's just basically just totally chilling. They lose their gravity control and they're spiraling into space, and he's like, this will work out, this is fine. I'm that's so Space Marine-esque, because I picture every time one of those attack pods gets shot down or whatever, loses control, I feel every Space Marine in there's yeah, this is fine. We're fine.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
We're good. That's so funny. And then spitting out of control 100 G's. No, but my real most favorite one was when they're trying to sneak into the space station, and they get caught, and there's just this I pictured as the dock up top, and they're shooting down at the Space Marines, and it gives me this kind of D-Day battle-esque, and dudes are flying everywhere, and there's debris, and the whole time they're doing this is really so the other guys can sneak in. I think that was such a good action scene. At least for me, the most memorable, that I enjoyed the most, because I remember reading this and I'm dude, they're getting worked, they're getting laid down, and then how they overcome it. Obviously, I think Bringar is I'm gonna do it.
We're gonna body these guys.
Yeah, which I always get really tired of, but they did it in the sense of he definitely got worked for the first half of that fight. It wasn't just I'm gonna walk through these guys because I'm badass. It was yo, we're getting fucked up, we need to do something. Super.
There was a lot. Yeah, I mean, I like the end, near the end, where Skrull smashes through them guys. They said it describes the chain sword or the chain axe ripping through one of the guy's chests, and then he, like it, like you read that part. It was pretty good. I like that one. I also like the scene where it's Cestus and a couple of his boys are fighting those warp monsters, and they're kind of cornered like the Aliens movie, and they like, we can't do it, and they decide to all focus fire on one, and like they overcome it, but then they turn around and the other things gained ground and they almost die, but then Motep pops in and saves them. It was a lot of like action scenes, you know what I mean? Like this is really like an action movie, like, or an action book, I guess you'd say, you know what I mean? But like most of these books I would love to see in like some form of cool animation, you know what I mean? Like if they ever did that, like an Astartes, that animation they did, or I would do. I mean, it would blow my mind if they like had an ad or like, hey, we're going to fucking animate every single Horus Heresy novel.
Oh my god! Don't tell Henry Cavill, dude. He'll try
in a shortened sense. Like I'd even take like, like if each book is like, I don't know, 45 minutes of just a synopsis, but if it looked cool, I would, because in my, every book you read, you have in your head what it looks like, and you're like, man, I wonder how it would look if like some top notch, and I don't want to be, I mean, the Henry Cavill thing, like I think it's cool, like, live action, but I like the animation, man. It's too fantasy to be like, in my mind, because like, I mean, if they make it, we'll see. I mean, I think like, well, we can talk about that in a minute because we're going to talk about some other stuff, but that's off the book. So, all right, favorite character.
Oh, easy. My Egyptian king, Motep, dude.
Motep.
So, I think when it came to characters that have to keep their mouth shut are pretty few and far between in this series, because everyone is very extravagant, very extroverted, very scene stealing, because it's like they're 9 feet tall, or they're like the best assassin ever made, or they're like the space engineered like psyker. But Motep's like, I'm kind of on the shit list right now. Like I kind of need to lay low, and like his internal like thoughts and like his scenes are very, very telling of where he is at and where his chapter's at in this universe. And again, as a new reader, I don't freaking know why he has to hide his magic, because every book I've read so far, people be using magic. People be using magic. People be using magic. And I'm like, suddenly, like, this guy who, in terms of like average dude who can use magic, is pretty freaking powerful. And he can't use it, but everyone else seems to be having no issues with it. But I get it. We're in a scene where they don't know, the rules are kind of getting tossed out the window. It's brother on brother like combat. We need every edge we can like take. So I get why he was apprehensive. But to me, as a new reader to this universe, I was like, brother, pop off, man. Let's go. Use your stick.
Shoot,
and like
those fireballs. Throw your lightning spear or whatever.
And then I do like a fraction, like I said earlier, I try to not spoil things for myself. And I'm like, wait, this is like, they're the bad guys? Like I'm like, wait a minute.
We'll get to their story, and I think their whole story arc of the Thousand Suns is super cool, because it's like they are the bad. If you look at the games now, they're the bad guys. Like Space Marine 2, they were like
they're one of the bad guys. Yeah,
and I love how they become the bad guys, because it's not just it's not like very point blank like the word bearers so far, as that we don't know much about it, but they're just the bad guys. Because up until now, the Thousand Suns are the good guys, and they want to be the good guys, and we'll see what happens to them, because they are like kind of forced to become the bad guys. You know what I mean? It's like, we won't get into it now, but it's another tale for another day. But yeah, it's a really good story actually. But
I like Motep. I think he was a very, very refreshing point of view in the story. Being when you got guys like the Space Wolves and the World Eaters, it's pretty hard to separate yourself from that really big personality, especially when you're like supposed to be like combating or arguing with these people. He literally kind of takes like a you are right, I am doing things I shouldn't do. Which is the first time I think I've seen people other than like Logan admit to like anything. I think he's like a very good balanced character who was really refreshing and fun to read about, when he knows he could be like bodying everyone with magic.
Yeah. That's what's crazy because they can probably just wipe everyone out with magic. You know what I mean? But they restrain themselves because they're told to, I guess. But I liked Admiral Kaminska. I liked her the best.
She, again, we breezed past her, but she is an
So
absolute scene stealer.
Yeah, read. I mean, this is not a review of the book to say don't to read it. It's a good book, but don't expect it to advance much of the story. It's just a nice, fun, and I actually read through it pretty fast. Actually, I was surprised how fast I read through it because it's not too hard, too difficult. I think if you watch what we talked about, you'll get a nice understanding, but it won't ruin everything because, you know the story, but there's so much in there that is descriptive. I mean, he does these great in the very beginning. He does this great description of how the ship was launching at the very start, and it was super cool and very, it's good. This is not a knock to not read it. You should definitely. But with Admiral Kaminska, we've kind of glossed over a lot. So, yeah, she's like not happy about this at all. She's fucking probably at this space station doing repair. I think he mentioned like they were like going home or something for like some kind of leave or whatever. And then she's just bombarded. And the rules in this world is like if a space marine comes aboard, they can commandeer your ship. That's just straight up. You know what I mean? So, but she's loyal to the Imperium. So she's in no matter what. But like it's this coolest dynamic she has. There's so many scenes where her and Cestus like give each other mean looks, and she's pissed because she's like, I just lost, like, these ships just got blown up. That's like my best friend. You know what I mean? Like, and she questions him at every turn. Like, is this worth it? Like, what are we doing? Because he first he don't tell her what they're doing at all. Like, he doesn't know what they're doing. We're going to chase the ship, and she's like, well, why? You know what I mean? Like, she's like the one voice of reason. The rest of the Space Marines are like, yeah, honor and courage, go, and she's like, well, hold on, this thing just destroyed 3 of my ships in like fucking 10 seconds, and these are like my commanders that I've known my whole life. What are we doing? And at every turn, she's always questioning, but she stays the course and she understands her fate. At the very end, I think she's on the bridge where her Helmsford turns into the monster. And I think she's like the last one killed by, her possessed. So, she's there to the end. She's with it. She knows that doing this strafing run to launch the torpedoes is going to get her ship rocked to the grave, but she's still there. She's the only one who goes down with the ship.
Oh, hey, she did it. She was the one that actually stayed down with the ship.
All these big tough superhumans are like, oh shit, I'm getting out of here.
Like, yeah, like I said, they promote the one like deckhand. Hey, you're captain now. Go down.
Yeah. You got this dude. Take your takes his mop, puts a little captain's hat on him.
Yeah, here you go. That's for you.
I'm out here. Okay, so we'll go to the score. I gave it a 5 out of 10. Just it's good, mid tier.
Yep.
I gave 4 out of 10 to Descent of Angels, and honestly, I do like that story better, but I like the swords and sorcery stuff a little more. So, but I gave it a higher score because at the very least, this is still, we are in the universe. We're rocking and rolling in the time of the Heresy. It doesn't really advance the story, but I'm not going to knock it too much because it is a good story. It's if you see this book and you want to pick it up, you can pick it up. If you listen to this, you'll have a little more understanding of things they're talking about, like Council of Nicaea and all that stuff. But you can totally read this book and totally enjoy it, but don't expect to like get much like of advancement of the entire grand narrative. You know what I mean? Like it's just kind of like standing alone. It's cool. These ships are fighting and monsters and demons and battles and all. But at the end, it really doesn't advance much, except that you do know that the word bearers plan to attack the Ultramarines. But there's more books about that too. So 5 out of 10, right in the middle. It's nice. Good book.
I also gave it a 5. I enjoyed it, man. As a lover of, of the lore, of a guy who spends hours upon hours of his free time just talking about this stuff, pretty partial to it. I like it. Like I said, if you are just a fan of Warhammer and you like a specific type of content from the lore and the world, this is a pretty good little nugget of good content, good stuff that'll add to your world that you enjoy. They throw around some big names that are still kind of around. They set the scene for stuff that is pretty important, like when the Ultramarines actually clash with the word bearers. They reference stuff that I don't know what they're talking about, but if you're super into it, you do. You get it, and I think it is an awesome book for a Warhammer fan. It is a okay book for a sci-fi reader. But I will say Ben crushed it as always in his storytelling. His characters are very well written. I didn't feel like there was this like Erebus character who's just kind of slimy and like really like you can tell he's conniving the whole time. Like the bad guys are bad guys, the good guys are well rounded and have their faults, which is so cool to write characters who have faults that aren't super tropey. Obviously, Space Wolves are Space Wolves. That's pretty gimmicky. But like, damn, dude, look at Skrull. I was like, I haven't read a character like that other than in like actual good novels. Like that was written like a really good novel character. Skrull crawling in like struggling. He's hiding. Like you really can like actually connect with this 9-foot super soldier who's supposed to be angry all the time, but like he has to think. Like, oh, that's crazy. What a good little trick there by Ben. But at the end of the day, like you finish your sandwich and there's nothing left and you want it more. You wanted a reason to read it. And I felt like at the end the writing was on the wall of like, I don't think there's anything's going to come of this. Like,
no, yeah. It's like some people like will read the first 3-4 books and skip to the Siege of Terra. And I've heard that you can do that and understand, but I think you would miss a lot of stuff. But you could skip this book. Yeah. If you want. You're not going to miss anything. I think it's a good book. You should read it. But you could skip it and not really like miss a beat in a sense of like what's going on. And that's where it suffers because like I want it, if you're going to put it number 8 in a series, I want something in there that's going to be like, if I read number 12, I'm like, what's that talking about? You know what I mean? And that was in book 8. This, it's like, you might not know until you read that they're attacking the Ultramarines, but like nothing really pops out in this book that's going to advance later on and make me like, man, I should have read that one. Damn. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm sure there's more like that. I mean, there's just 50, 60 some damn books. I'm sure there's some in there. There's no way to do it. You know what I mean? As I said, it's not a knock at the book or anything. It's probably more of a read that'll be like similar, where it's like a total side story that really has nothing to do with it, but they thought it'd be cool. And I'm saying they figured they can sell it. You know what I mean? That's really what it comes down to. You know what I mean? They're selling books here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. In the real world, where there is, I just looked it up, 54 core 54 novels and 9+ Siege of Terra novels.
Mm-hmm.
This one ain't a must. And I don't think I will ever say that there's books you shouldn't read because I'm in here. I'm putting my time into it. I think this genre is one of the most entertaining things you could read. I'm not going to say you shouldn't read this book, but you definitely don't need to. But holy cow, is it fun? But I will put it at a 5 out of 10. I can't justify giving it much more. It scratches a lot of fun sci-fi nerdy itches for me, but there was a lot left to be desired.
Yeah. All right. Was there anything else you want to discuss?
No, I mean, again, shout out to our listeners. We are trying this different format because I want to talk for the rest of the podcast about what we're doing here. Why do we sit here and talk about Warhammer? Why am I here? Because this book didn't have the juiciest, deepest content, didn't have the deepest tie-ins to the world. So I want to take the time that it gives us to talk about where we are in the world right now. What the hell do I know about this? What questions do I have? And also where we are at with Warhammer in modern media. It's a pretty crazy time right now to be one of the 75 listeners that we have, because we have a lot of cool stuff coming up, like genuine stuff that gets me excited, that I'm like on my day-to-day, I look at an update on my phone and I see something is announced about Warhammer, this thing I spend a lot of time caring about. And I think now is a good time to just kind of take tally of where we're at in the universe, what I have questions about, what we have to look forward to, and also what the hell's going on in the actual real world. Because Warhammer's, as a new fan to this, as of like 3 years ago, a lot of stuff is happening that hasn't been happening in the last decade.
Yeah, it's actually like it's cool. Like super blowing up. You know, I've let me think. Probably like 2000. I was like, I saw a Games Workshop store and I started going into Warhammer. I was into fantasy first, but 40K has always been around. I've always liked it. Probably a couple years after that, I played 40K, and it's always been this like, I don't want to say counterculture, but subculture. You know what I mean? Like of nerddom as a whole is getting more and more popular. You know what I mean? But this has always been like a little tiny piece of that, and plenty of people are not happy that it's becoming popular because and I can go both ways with it. I mean, like with popularity becomes more eyes, but more eyes becomes like the company wanting to appeal to more people. A big thing going around like now is that GW retconned and made a female custodes, and see some people. I have a lot of groups I'm in mainly to promote the podcast, but some people lose their minds. You know what I mean? And I can relate to that because if you're a diehard fan of this and you've read things in your life that say X, Y, Z, as in only men can be Space Marines, and now GW is trying to make more moolah and they want to be more inclusive to everyone so they can make that money, then they change it. I can see that it hurts your feelings. You know what I mean? I can get with that. I'm not a fan per se of what them changing things to do that, but I see their angle. I mean, like they're being inclusive, not to be inclusive because they give a shit. They're being inclusive because they're a business. I mean, you see it everywhere. Yeah. I mean, it's reality. I mean, like you see it everywhere. Like, any company who does XYZ to show their support for something, they're not doing it because of like actual care reasons. They're doing it because they feel it's going to affect their bottom line in a good way. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think like more exposure is cool. I mean, I love the new games that are coming out. Total War has been announced. Total War 40K, that's kind of cool. Space Marines, great. But it also, it definitely feels weird if you're someone who's been a fan for a long time and then whatever you're a fan of becomes pop. Like another example is like I grew up skateboarding in the 90s and 2000s in Philadelphia, and it was like this counterculture. I skateboard with Bam Margera before Bam Margera was famous and stuff like that. And as it explodes, you feel like you're like I'm a real fan. You know what I mean? Like now there's skate parks. I used to have to find skate spots, and it's like that. Like Tony Hawk's Pro. Over. So similar now, you feel like when you're part of something that's like you feel more like cooler in a sense because you're part of this special club that not everyone's part of. You know what I mean? And then it becomes more popular. You might feel like jaded a little bit when things aren't going the way you think they should go, in a sense. You know what I mean? And that's the example of the female custodes or blah, 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 or whatever, retcon. They retcon a lot of things, you know what I mean? And people get upset. Some people get really upset, like freak out all over the internet and stuff like that. And it's like, I don't have time for any of that stuff. I can have my own opinion, but also just don't read that book. You know what I mean? Or don't play that army or whatever.
Yeah, it's super crazy because Games Workshop never does it for the money. They do it for the fans and for the no, it is an interesting like I said I've been into the figurines, like started 4 years ago. I got really into the books 4 years ago, and just in the 4 years I've been a fan. Like holy cow, is there a lot more traction? Secret Level, which is an Amazon Prime multi-million-dollar animation they made, which was like I'm a little biased. Here I am talking about Warhammer for 4 hours, but it was one of the better episodes of Secret Level.
It was good. It's good.
And
loved it.
And then you have a Total War game, which in like the video game world, obviously it's not like a Call of Duty, it's not a Battlefield, but Total War does not release a game every year. That's a big deal.
So like, PC world is a big deal. Total War is a big deal.
And I think that like now I'm like seeing all this stuff and people are like, hey, like, do you know about Warhammer? And like, I'm not very vocal about my hobbies. And so people are like, oh, what do you know about Warhammer? And I'm like, I might know a couple things. So it's an interesting world where like I could definitely relate. There's certain things I grew up liking that have exploded over the most recent generation of like the 18 to 20-year-olds now are discovering things and have the ability to go viral with things that I have cared about a long time. And I have to remind myself, like, I was new to something at one point and I was so excited. I wanted to tell everyone about it. So I have to remind myself about that. Like music is a big one. I'm a huge music guy, and genres I've listened to and were made fun of growing up are now everywhere. Like you can't go anywhere without seeing like a performance by an artist I cared about. And I'm not going to gatekeep or anything. Like I'm excited. I want these artists to be successful. They're from my hometown, or I saw them in a show one time in Austin, Texas, because I drove overnight and paid $10 for a ticket. But at the same time, like it doesn't make the content any better or worse unless, and I'm a big person of calling them out, unless they sell out, you know? Like there's a difference between wanting something to succeed and wanting something to sell out. And I like Warhammer where it's at now because it's growing, but Games Workshop has always played that. From what I've researched and what I've seen, they play that money line close to chest.
Yeah,
like
yeah. And well, I feel like then people like, you know, people reference with the changes of Games Workshop is like, you know, with Star Wars. I'm not really a big Star Wars. Like I know Star Wars, you know, obviously, but I'm not super into it. But like I know super fans of it, like don't like the way that a lot of the new shows and then the ratings reflect it and all. But that's really how it works, man. Like if you don't like something that a company's doing, then you have to vote with your wallet. You know what I mean? I listen to a podcast and this guy always says, vote with your hobby dollars. You don't like something, you don't like the way the models look, you don't like the way, then that's your only voice as a consumer. You know what I mean? Like you keyboard warring on Facebook to a group is not going to change anything. And if you want something to change, it's all you can really do. Like you have to make a decision. Like this is not worth my dollars anymore. You know what I mean? I'm going to stick with the old stuff. I know people who like play older editions of the game because they don't like the new rules, and that's awesome. You can do that. You know, you can just go online, type Warhammer 40K 5th edition, whatever you like, and you can play 5th edition. You know what I mean? Like, so it's good that there's a variety out there. And I think overall it's good that more people, and it's getting a wider audience because, yeah, like I'm not super vocal. I don't run around like Warhammer t-shirts and all, but I'm also not embarrassed. If someone asks me like, hey, Warhammer, I'm like, yeah, like, oh, what do you know about, last night, actually, I was working on this, and the guy I'm staying with is like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, I'm working on this podcast. He's like, for what? I started telling him. He's like, what's that? I'm like, dude. He's like, what's the Horus Heresy? I was like, oh, dude, how much time you got, bro? Like,
so there's 3 books. No.
But he's a Star Wars fan, so I was able to kind of like explain to him quickly in a Star Wars fashion, so it made sense. You know what I mean? But it's always funny. I meet someone who like we seen the show Space Marine, whatever, and we talk about it, and then it rolls into I do this, and they're like, well, what's that book? I'm like, well, it's 63 books, and they're like, 63 books. I'm like, yeah. And I was like, so what happens? I'm like, oh, okay, sit down.
Yeah, and as someone who has been reading and like watching and learning content, I still don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm like, and I care about this stuff on like an almost daily basis. I can't but that's why I think this world, this lore has really captured my heart, because I'm like, I could honestly go down a YouTube rabbit hole, a Google like rabbit hole, a podcast rabbit hole. You can there's so much depth, and I think this is what's made it really special to me, is there's just infinite storytelling. There's so many stories to tell, and when you flesh out a world that has had such a strong foundation of fans and such a strong foundation of direction of like, if we're not going forward, we're going to go down, and we're going to make it like way beefier. And you've had decades of content to be compounded on. And I think as a new fan, holy shit, it's really cool. Like you're like,
overwhelming too,
Yeah. Oh, I remember when I first started talking about this with you, I was like, dude, what? There's books, like, who's this character they just released? And I thought he was dead, but he's not dead. It's a really fun time to be a Warhammer fan, because now you're actioning on it.
And it's so deep. And so I love when I see someone new into it, because it's like, they buy like, the Captain Titus model from the game, and then it's like, what's this symbol on his arm? Who's this guy? And it's like, dude, I can show you 50,000 hours of stuff that'll explain to you what's going on, and that might not even be enough. You know what I mean? So as long as they do it right, like, like the cartoons so far, animations are looking good. If Henry Cavill does something cool, like, it's got to be right. Like, and they have so much material to pull from. Like I said, this universe has been fleshed out since 1980 something, where a bunch of nerds made this universe, and now it's been so expanded that they have so much to grab from. And he seems like a really like true fan. I've seen him in interviews where he talks about his armies and all this stuff. So like, and then, he quit The Witcher because they weren't staying true. And I was like, props, dude. I like it. And then it might not happen because of that, but I'll respect that it doesn't happen, because if he's like, they're not staying true to the lore, I want lore accurate as possible, and I want cool but it's got to be right. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And I don't know what they're working on. I heard like it's more of a I heard rumors of like Eisenhorn or Gaunt's Ghost kind of stuff, which would definitely resonate more. But I don't know. I would love to see like Space Marine stuff. You know what I mean? Like or Horus Heresy. That'd be amazing. Like I said, any kind of like just make the 3 books into like either a couple movies or like a series, like a whole season that covers the first 3 books. That'd be so fucking cool. Dude. That'd be so awesome.
A man can dream. A man can dream.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, that's yeah. I think I guess like I want to end on just where we're at in the heresying. So we kind of took a couple detours with the last couple books that we read. We definitely circled back with Legion because that set us straight, and then we deviated a little bit, but we're still at least chronologically kind of moving back towards.
Well, so the books will jump around, you know, like, and I always do my best to try to say when we do these things, like where we're at in the story. So, you know, Legion happened 2 years for the Heresy. I imagine this book is happening while the events it doesn't say, I'm guessing like sometime around the events, but right before maybe Estevan, because I'm sure they want to try to tie up the Ultramarines before they get word of what's going on. So that's probably where we're at. But the next book is going to probably put us back a little bit because it's going to talk about some things that happened before, not like years and years, but before all these events. So, but yeah, I mean, it kind of bounces around, but eventually it kind of like slowly crawls, goes sideways, goes backwards, crawls again forward, and then eventually it'll end up getting to the Siege of Terra series, where then it'll be like, I haven't read those books. I haven't read them yet, but I think it's like a pretty much 6 straight books of events, and they also have side books and all this stuff. So, but
yeah, we're moving along, man. I think so. Next one is first or who is it?
Next one is next time we got less bolters, more binary, as the Heresy hits Mars in the Mechanicum.
Okay,
that's a good book.
That's a good one. I've read it once. I'm gonna reread it before the podcast. That's a good one. But yeah, let's enjoy where we're at now, man. Like this is telling of a very, very big scale of events, right? It's almost Shakespearean. The brother betrayed his father, who's now fighting his brothers, and the scale is growing. The characters are expanding. Like the personalities are starting to become more fleshed. There isn't like we said, you could hop into the series and be like, hey, Horus, that's the bad guy. He's bad because he's not good. Or you could do what we're doing and be like, hey, like, there's this internal battle that he is being corrupted, but he knows he's good enough to do this, but he's never been told I love you by his dad. It's really cool.
But what's also cool is like you can agree with him in a sense. Because like I said, I play the game and I play the Chaos Space Marines, so like, you know, it's all for fun. But if you were to ask me, it's like I kind of agree with him. He's been, you know, the Emperor is using him as a tool. He's been lied to. He has a history of killing off the people he doesn't want anymore. And now these spooky creatures are telling you something different. So I can maybe side with them. You know what I mean? Like I see, you know, because if you look at like the in the common lore now, like the 40K Primarchs, the bad guys still around. A couple of the good guys coming back, but the bad guys been around rocking for a long time, and they're all juiced up and jacked up. You know what I mean? Like, so that's what you want.
Emperor looks great, dude. He looks great right now.
Yeah. So, but yeah. Thanks for tuning in. If you like it, drop a review, subscribe. I think we're up to 76 on YouTube. So all you 76 people, thank you. Instagram still not popping. I don't know what to do. I keep plugging away though. So if you are listening to this and you have an Instagram, go to Heresy Hangout and just hit us up, man. You know, like. But thanks for tuning in. See you guys next time.
It was awesome, guys. Thank you.